Hey everyone, in this tutorial we will build a fully fledged video calling application similar to Zoom. For this we will use Stream's video SDK together with Next.js. So here I'm already inside a call. I'm on the setup screen where I can make changes to my configuration. I can select the camera I want to record, and we see a preview of this camera here in this rectangle. We can also change the microphone, and we can decide to join the call with mic and camera off, but we don't want this. Okay, and when we are ready, we can join the meeting. And here is the actual call page. So this is a running call, and I can join the same call in a second window. In this one, I'm not logged in. I want to continue as a guest. But first I have to give microphone and camera permissions. Before that, I see this replacement screen here. Allow this time or allow on every visit. That's up to the user. And here I have to select the correct camera, but it seems that with this camera we can't run it in two windows at the same time. But instead let's just disable mic and camera altogether and join the meeting here as well. So now we are two people in this meeting. Just that one is an actually logged in user, Florian, that's the one with the camera. And here this is also pretty cool, by the way. We see this notification at the moment because I'm speaking, but my microphone is off. So we see this notification that warns me. And when a user has their camera off, we see this avatar placeholder instead. When I turn the camera off with this user here as well, which we can do with these buttons at the bottom, we see my user avatar instead. Let's turn the camera back on. We can also toggle between different layouts. So we can put these other users on the right side, we can put them on the bottom, or we can use this grid, which many video calling applications use. The video quality of the stream also adapts to the internet connection speed. So at the moment my internet has a bit of a hiccup. That's German internet for you. This is why the video is a bit blurry. Okay, and we also have other features. We can share our screen. So we click this button. And let's say I want to share the screen of this meeting. Let's try this out. Yeah, now we get this kind of recursion here because the stream that we share is also the one that we see here on the screen. But this is pretty cool, and this works all out of the box with the Stream SDK. Okay, let's stop the screen share and go back to our webcam. The user on the left side is the one who created the call, so he can also manage the call. He can end it for everyone. But he can also do stuff like, for example, muting other users. Whereas on the right side, because we don't own this call, we don't have these rights. Here we don't have as many options in this drop-down menu. But we can enter, for example, full screen mode or picture in picture. This button here can record a stream. Let's try this out as well. So we press this button, then it takes a short moment, and then it records this call. So now when I say something blah 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 1 2 3 and stop this recording, we can later find this in our app. We will take a look at this in a moment. We can also leave a call. Now I'm alone on the left side. We can rejoin it. Again, we can pick if we want to join as a guest or if we want to sign into an account. Let's again join without the camera, and we are back. And only the creator of a call can end it for everyone, which ends it altogether, so no one can rejoin the call anymore. And then we get to this screen, where we can also find our call recordings. So we made one recording, we can open it, and here it is. Isn't this cool? On the right side we can't see the recording because we have to log in to see it. For authentication we will use Clerk because it's just so easy to implement. It comes with a ton of features. We can add username, social login with just a few clicks of a button. And it's just perfect for this kind of app. So let me log into one of my accounts. Then we get back to the call screen. Now we can see the recordings. We can set up a new call here on this page. And here we have a bunch of different options. We can add a description to this call. We can decide when we want to start it, right now or at a later point in time. And we can decide if this is a public call where everyone can join, even guests, or if we want to make this a private meeting where we have to enter a list of email addresses. Maybe let's try this out as well. I want to invite Florian at codingandflow.com, which is the user on the left side. And I myself, I'm invited automatically, so I don't have to add my own email address, but I can. The duplicate will just be filtered out. Let's actually also add a description. This is my test meeting 123, and let's set a date in the future. I want to make this only a few minutes in the future so that we can actually join it later. So at this time, create meeting, we get this link. With this button down here, we can send an email invitation, and it automatically fills the subject line and the body with the data of this meeting. So the link, the date, which is only there if we set a date, and the description. Okay, now let's also try joining this meeting. So now actually let me create a new meeting because we are already past it this time. So I'm going to put it 1 minute in the future, create meeting, open it. Now we see that the meeting hasn't started yet, and we see the starting time and the description. But we will be able to join this meeting when this time here comes, which is in 1 minute. So we see us in 1 minute. But now we are past this time, so when we refresh the screen, we get to the video call again. Again, we have to give the permissions. In Chrome, this is sometimes a bit slow, but it depends on the browser. And we can get into the call just like before. But it's a private call this time, so if we log out of our account and try to join as a guest, we can't join the meeting because we are not one of the participants. But we should be able to join with this account over here, because we invited this one. So let's open it. And now we can join the call. Again, we have to select the correct camera. And by the way, the reason why the camera didn't work in this other screen here apparently is because I have OBS running at the same time for screen recording. Usually you can join the same call with the same camera in different browser tabs, but usually you don't want to do this, right? So we can join the meeting. We can leave it as usual. And here over this meetings button, we can see a list of all the meetings that we either created ourselves or that we were invited to. We also see the description of the meeting and we get a link. We can also see if a meeting is in the future, upcoming, or has already ended, in which case we can't join it anymore, but we can see the recordings, or one of these meetings that we can join right away. We will build this from scratch. We will start with a new Next.js project and then add all these cool features. And as I already mentioned, this will be powered by the Stream Video SDK, which handles all the backend logic. So all the video streaming is handled by Stream's global edge network, which makes this super fast and easy to implement and also reliable. They have a free tier, so you don't have to pay anything to follow along with this tutorial. But you don't have to worry about this right now. We will set up an account later when the time comes. And I also have another Stream tutorial on my channel, which is this one here, this WhatsApp clone. The difference is that there we use Stream's chat SDK, which makes it very easy to build an app like WhatsApp, for example, where you can send attachments and emojis and reactions and all this stuff. But in this video, we use the Video SDK to implement the video streaming, and they also have an Audio SDK to build something like the Clubhouse app or Twitter Spaces, and live streaming if you want to build something like Twitch. But again, we will set up an account together later. For now, we can close this. And then let's start by setting up our Next.js project. Okay, first of all, let's install the latest version of Node.js, because if we are below, I think 18 or 20, then the SDK might not work. So just go to nodejs.org and install the latest LTS version, and then we are good to go on this side. As usual, I will provide a starting code for this tutorial. You can find the GitHub link in the video description below. You can clone the repository from there. The benefit of using the starting code is that I already added all the packages to the package.json with these fixed version numbers. So if you watch this tutorial in the future, you will have the same version numbers as I have, and everything will still work the same. You can also set up the project yourself. I will show you how to do this, but then you have the latest version of these packages and things might be different because these packages get updates and sometimes updates break things. If you decide to clone the starting code, open the project in VS Code and then open the terminal window and run npmi in the command line, which is short for npm install, and this will just install all the packages listed in the package.json with the version numbers I set here. However, if you're very brave and you don't want to use the starting code, I will also show you how to set up this project from scratch. So first of all, open the folder where you want to put this new project. Here we want to open the command line. In Windows, you can do this by holding Shift down, right-clicking and then open PowerShell window here, or command line window, which opens this PowerShell terminal. And here we write npx, attention, that's npx, not npm, create -next -app at latest. We run this. Here we confirm with a Y. We have to give our project a name. Next.js, maybe let's call it Zoom clone, because this is pretty much what it is, right? Enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint as well. Tailwind as well. We also want to use the SRC directory for organization. And we want to use the app router, so we confirm all of them with yes. But we don't want to change the import alias, so we pick no here. And then we have to wait a few seconds. But again, these steps are only necessary if you don't use the starting code, because this way we set up a completely new Next.js project where we install all the packages ourselves. Okay, when this has finished, we can close the command line and then we find our project here, which we want to open in the S code. Okay, and then we have to install all these packages you saw earlier. Again, this is only necessary if you did not install the starting code. If you clone the starting repository, just run npmi without anything else. But with this manual setup, we have to add the packages ourselves. So we write npmi, and then you have to make sure to spell everything correctly, otherwise it will install the wrong packages. So the first one is add stream -io /video -react -sdk space. The next one is add stream -io /node -sdk. Just take your time and type this out. Add Clerk /Next.js. Then we need lucid -react, which is an icon package. Tailwind merge is a utility package. CLSX as well. We also need nano ID to generate short unique IDs later. And those are all the packages we need for now. We press enter to install all of them. And when this is finished, they will be added to this dependencies block in the package.json. And there they are. And below dependencies, we also have the dev dependencies block, which are packages that we only need in development, but not in the final app. So we install them separately, and we need a bunch of them as well. So again, we type npmi, but then we also add dash and an uppercase D, which is short for save dev, which is the command to install packages in the dev dependencies block. Here we want to install Prettier, which is a code formatter. You can find out more about it on prettier.io. It's pretty popular and I use it in all my projects, and it's especially useful together with Tailwind because there is a plugin for Prettier that automatically orders Tailwind classes into the recommended order, which is really nice for organization. We will set up all of this in just a moment. I use this in all my Tailwind projects. So we install Prettier into the dev dependencies, but we are not done yet. We also need Prettier -plugin -Tailwind CSS as one word. This is the plugin I just talked about that orders the Tailwind classes for us. Super, super useful. And another one, ESLint config Prettier, which makes sure that Prettier works properly together with ESLint. Okay, we installed those as well. And when this is done, they are added to the dev dependencies block. Okay, Tailwind is set up automatically because we used create next app, but you should also set up your IDE properly if you haven't yet. So let's do this together. First of all, when you use Tailwind, it's recommended to install this official Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension, which was created by the Tailwind team themselves. This gives us important features like auto-completion for these classes, where we also see previews, for example, for our colors. So go ahead and install this, and then we have to do some configuration. So we have to go into the settings, preferences, open settings. Here we want to search for file associations. And please go ahead and add this association here for star.css files with the value Tailwind CSS, are lowercase as one word. This will make sure that we don't get weird lint warnings inside CSS files when we set up our Tailwind stuff there. Where did I get this from? Well, this is described here in the installation instructions of this plugin. I just followed those steps. Okay, and one more setting, also very important, we search for quick suggestions. And you want to turn on quick suggestions for strings, because class names are strings, and we want to get autocomplete for Tailwind classes inside these class name strings, and we don't want to have to press a button for them to pop up. This is why we want to set this to on. Alright, then I would also recommend it that you install the VS Code extension for Prettier, because this way we don't have to execute it over the command line. We can just use the formatting keyboard shortcut, which we can find when we press Ctrl-Shift-P, or I guess on Mac it's probably Command-Shift-P. And here we search for format document, but this actually only works in an actual file that contains code. So let's go into the package.json, for example, search for format document, and this is the shortcut I'm going to use in the future. Shift-Alt-F. For you this might be different, but this only works if you install this Prettier VS Code extension. And then we also have to go into the settings again. I promise we are almost done. Search for default formatter and set this to Prettier, so that this will automatically be executed every time we press this formatting shortcut. Okay, we are almost done. We still have to get our Tailwind Prettier plugin to work. For this we need this little file here. We already installed the packages. I'm gonna copy this. Then we go into the root folder of our project, not into src or anywhere. We want to go all the way to the outside. Here we have to create a new file called prettier.config.js. It has to have this exact name. And here I'm going to paste the code I just copied. You can just pause the video and type this out by hand. This is necessary for this Tailwind plugin that provides automatic class ordering to work. And just one more step, we search for this eslint.rc.json file, which comes with a new Next.js project by default. And we have to make sure that eslint works properly with Prettier. We do this by surrounding the string with square brackets to turn it into an array. And then we add a second string, which just says Prettier. This will set this up. Okay, and now Prettier and our automatic Tailwind class ordering should work. We don't have to add anything else. If you haven't installed the eslint extension, I would recommend that you do this as well, because this will give you lint warnings directly in your code, but this is not related to Prettier. I would recommend this for any project. Alright, so our project should be set up and ready to go now. Maybe let's try this out on the front page. When we press Shift-Alt-F, we don't see any changes because this is already formatted properly. Let's take this flex class. You don't have to do this. You can just look at me doing this. So I'm going to put this flex class here on the second position. Press my formatting shortcut, but nothing happens. Maybe I have to reload the window before this works. Let's see. Reload window. You can also close the project and open it again. Again, Shift-Alt-F, and now it works. It put the flex class on the first position again. And Prettier also does some other cool stuff which I really like. For example, you can see that the return block here is surrounded with parentheses for organization. If I remove this parentheses and really mess up the formatting, because this doesn't look very good, or if I, for example, use single quotes in some places instead of double quotes and press the formatting shortcut, it fixes all of this stuff again. It replaces the single quotes, it adds parentheses, and it does a lot of other stuff, because Prettier is a very opinionated code formatter, which means that it makes a lot of decisions for you. You don't have to decide, do I add single quotes, do I add parentheses or not, do I add semicolons? This can be really annoying, especially in a team. So this is why Prettier makes all of these decisions for you, and there's actually not a lot of options to change and customize this, because this is a feature of Prettier, to take as many unnecessary design decisions away from you so that you can focus on the important stuff, which is the code, right? Anyway, our project is set up, so we can start coding, and next I want to set up Stream and Clerk. Alright, let's start by setting up our Stream account on getstream.io. I will also put a link to this in the video description. Again, they have a generous free tier, so we don't have to pay anything. We click on start coding for free and we create an account here. You can also log in with Google. I'm gonna go ahead and log in with the account that I already have. Just fill this out and we see us on the other side. Okay, and when we are in our dashboard, we want to create a new app here. Again, I'm gonna call this Next.js Zoom clone, but the name is up to you. For the location, you should pick something that is close to you, which makes it faster in development. In production, it won't matter. So I'm gonna pick the EU. And for the chat as well, although we won't use chat in this tutorial. Again, I have a separate tutorial on the chat SDK as well, which you can find on my channel. We want to keep the rest as it is, environment development, and then we want to create this app. Here at the top, we have this notification to switch to the new permission system. Maybe in the future you don't see this. If you see this, click on upgrade here. And then when we scroll down a bit, we get our API keys, a key and a secret. So let's copy the key first, go back into our project. Here we create an env file in the root folder, which we call .env.local, like this. And in here we put an environment variable called next_public_. With this prefix, we can make this environment variable available on the client, on the front end, which we can only do with values that are not sensitive, that we can share with users. Otherwise, we don't add this prefix, in which case the environment variable will be hidden on the front end. It will be undefined. So next_public_stream_video_API_key. Then we add double quotes and we paste the value we just copied from the backend. So that's this key here, which is not a secret. We can expose this to the front end. However, the secret is secret, as the name already implies. We can copy the secret as well and create another environment variable, but this time without next public, because we only want to be able to use this on the backend. Stream_video_API_secret, and we paste the secret we just copied. Okay, so we save this. For now, that's all we need from our Stream backend. Next, we go to Clerk.com, which again is the authentication provider we will use here. Again, please create an account. It has a free tier as well, up to 10,000 users, I think. I already have an account, so I'm gonna log in. And here again, we need to create a new application. Again, I'm gonna call this Next.js Zoom clone. Then we can make some configuration. I want to enable usernames, which adds this username field, because participants in our app should have a username later, right? And we can also add or remove different social providers, for example, Facebook. Which ones you add here is not that important. And you can always change this later in your Clerk dashboard. And the cool thing is that this all works out of the box. We even get confirmation emails sent by Clerk when we sign up with a new email address. If we roll our own auth, we have to set this up all ourselves. Now, Clerk has benefits and downsides. The biggest downside, obviously, is that if you get past 10,000 users, you have to pay a very tiny fee for each user, which I think is like 2 cents per month for each user. I'm not so sure right now. But again, they have a large free tier, so you don't have to pay anything for this tutorial. We create this new application, and again we get 2 API keys. This time we already have the variable name in front of it, so we can just copy this and add them to our project as well. So maybe let's add a comment to each section. This one here is stream, and this one here is Clerk, just for organization. Also, I want to add an environment variable for the root URL. Later when we create our meeting link, we put this at the start, right? Let's call it next_public_base URL. And in development, this is HTTP without an S, //localhost 3000. Obviously in production, you would replace this for the real URL. So let's add this as well. And then in the Clerk dashboard, we also see instructions for how to install this in Next.js. but I will walk you through this. And here in the sidebar, we can do customization. And the cool thing about Clerk is that it brings a ton of features out of the box. So as I mentioned, for example, transactional emails or different social login providers or password reset or logging out of sessions or even advanced features like two-factor authentication. This all just works. This is why I like to use it for these kind of tutorials. It's just super quick, simple and safe. What I want to do now is I want to customize the colors of Clerk. So we click on Account Portal, which is the default login page. Then we go to Customization and I want to change this color, the primary color, to this one here. So add this hex code, and this is just a default Tailwind blue 500 color, which I use here. Because we also use this color in other places in our app and I want to use the same color here. We can also change the font and everything, but I don't want to do this. And here we can select Core 2, which just changes how the login page looks. But this is up to personal preference. I like the Core 2 page a bit more. You can also keep Core 1 selected, doesn't matter. Okay, copy this hex code here because we also use it in another place. We go to Customization, Avatars, and here we also want to set the background color of these placeholders to the same blue color, and we have to save the changes. Yeah, and it seems that I forgot to save the changes here in the account portal. So I change this again and click on Save Changes. Otherwise, they are not applied. Okay, and the Clerk setup is described in this documentation page for Next.js, which we saw earlier. So we already installed the package. We copied over the environment variables. Next, we have to go into our root layout.tsx file and wrap it into this Clerk provider. So let's do this. In our project, we open layout.tsx, and here we want to wrap this into a Clerk provider. Looks like we have to import this manually. So import curly braces from @Clerk Next.js, and then here we should find the Clerk provider, which we want to use down here. And this way we can get our user data on each page. So let's see what the next step is. We have to add this middleware with this matcher here. Attention, the middleware goes into the src folder as a direct child of src, not inside app, not inside the root, but src. Otherwise it will not work. And it has to be called middleware.ts. Middlewares are a Next.js feature. And here I'm gonna paste in this block of code from the documentation. So if you still have the documentation page open, you can copy paste the matcher from here. Now actually I will put a link to this middleware into the video description so you can copy it from there, so you don't have to type out this weird string. What this does is it basically protects all our pages and it enables authentication on these pages. So actually if we save it like this and run our project with npm run dev and then open this project on localhost 3000, we automatically get to the login screen because now all our pages are protected and we have to sign in before we can access them. In this auth middleware block, we can also set public routes, which are routes that we can reach without logging in. And remember, we can join a meeting as a guest, even if we are not logged in. So we want to make this one page public and keep all the other ones protected. So public routes is an array of strings of routes /meeting /:id and then a star. This way we can access pretty much every route under /meeting without being logged in. But we don't have a meeting page yet. I think we can still try this out. Localhost 3000 /meeting /123. We don't have this page yet, but we should not get to the login page. Instead, we should get to the 404 not found page. Exactly. But if we want to go to any other page, then we have to log in. And now we can go ahead and create an account in our app. So I'm going to call the first one Florian. Email address is florian@codingandflow.com. Use a real email address or one of the social providers. And the password. We also get password safety protection out of the box, which is another cool feature by Clerk. Then we want to create this account. I don't want to save this. And as I mentioned earlier, we get this email verification out of the box. So now I did get an email at florian@codingandflow.com. Let me open it right quick. And in there is a verification code 185263. Success. And we get into our app and we see our default Next.js front page. And now when we go back into the Clerk dashboard and click on users, here's our first user. Isn't this cool? And later we can also upload an avatar and change our username and other settings. Okay, first of all, I want to get rid of the default styling that we get with this new Next.js project. So we open the globals.css file and we can actually remove everything except for these 3 lines here at the top. So let's delete all of this stuff, save this. Then go into the page.tsx file, which is the front page. And for now, I just want to make this empty. So I remove everything inside this return block and just add an empty fragment for now, like this. So now when we open this page again, we don't see anything. And for now, I just want to put a navbar at the top where we can log in and out of our account. So let's do this. For this, I want to create a components folder inside src. So we right click on src, we can actually click new file, and we can create a new folder by writing components / which creates a folder. And in here I want to put navbar.tsx. This way we create a folder and a file at the same time. This is why I am a 10x developer. Okay, in here we want to export a default function, which is our navbar component. And as usual, from a component, we have to return some UI. We don't have to pay attention to the formatting because Prettier will take care of this. And here we want to return a header. You can also return a div, but a header is a bit more idiomatic in HTML. We close this, and inside this header, we put a div. To this header, we add the class name shadow, which is a Tailwind class that adds a little drop shadow at the bottom. For now, let's actually just put the word navbar in here, press our formatting shortcut, which makes it beautiful, and put this into our root layout. So it has to go inside the body, but above the children, because the children are the different pages. Here we want to put our navbar with a self-closing tag. And what I also want to do is I want to wrap each page into a main tag with some default styling so that we don't have to repeat this on every page. So to this main tag, which wraps the children, I add some class names. We set the max width of 5XL. And if you set up the Tailwind extension earlier, then you should get autocomplete for these different classes in here. And when we hover over a class, we should also see the corresponding CSS values. Okay, this adds a max width to each page, and we also want to center this horizontally, which we do with MX Auto. We add horizontal padding with MX3 and vertical padding with MX6. Format it. And now when we open localhost, we already see our navbar, which right now looks a bit pathetic, but we will make it more beautiful. Okay, so on this inner div, we also want to add a few class names. First, we give this the same max width of 5XL as the page content. And again, we want to center this with MX Auto. But we set this on the inner div and not on the header because I want the shadow to take up the full width of the screen. And only the inside of the navbar should be limited in size, like this. Then we also want to set a fixed height of age 14. Make sure that you don't pick this one here with the slash in between, this one, age 14. And I want to add a padding of 3. This way we add a vertical and horizontal padding, both with the same value. Then we make this a flex box. And with item center, we center the navbar content vertically. And with justify between, which is the justify content space between class in CSS, we can later have some of the content of the navbar on the left side and the other part on the right side, which is what we want. I also want to make the text a bit thicker with font medium. And this should be pretty much it. So those are all the classes you have to add to this inner div. Then let's remove this navbar text. Instead we put a link here. We have to import it from next/link. We set href to the root URL, so just slash, and this will say new meeting, because on the front page we can later create a new meeting. We are still inside the div. And here I want to show this user button with the avatar when we are signed in. And if we are signed out, I want to show a sign in button instead. And for this we use Clerk, and Clerk has these really nice wrapper components that we can use for that. So this one is called signed in. It's an import from Clerk Next.js. And whatever we put inside these tags will only be shown if we are logged in. So in here we want to put another div to which we add the classes flex, item center, and gap 5. And in here we put another next link, which will bring us to /meetings. And this will just say meetings. And below it, still inside this inner div, I also want to put the user button, which is another Clerk import. When we save this, we should already see it because we are logged in. This is the user button. Here we can see our current avatar, username, and we can manage our account. And this all works out of the box. Similar to signed in, we also have a signed out tag. And if we are signed out, we want to show the sign in button, which is another Clerk component. So this all comes out of the box, which is really cool. So now when we log out, okay, when we log out, we will get redirected, right? Because we protect all our pages. Let's go to a meeting/123 once again. You don't have to do this. You can also just watch me doing it. Here I should be able to log out without getting redirected to the login page. So sign out. Now we see the sign in button instead, which brings us to the login page. I sign back into my account. And we are back on the previous page. Let me also upload an avatar, which we can do a tour. Here on profile, upload image. And somewhere here I have a really flattering image of myself. This one, continue, and there it is. Alright, remember you can always press the formatting shortcut to have Prettier clean up your terrible code. And next we will start setting up the stream client so that we can soon make our video cards. Alright, so in the stream documentation they have a React tutorial, but this is really minimalistic because here they hard-coded all the credentials, which is fine for an example, but it's not sufficient for a real app because we need to be able to sign in and out. And for security, we also need a token that we have to refresh from time to time from our backend. Plus, we have to incorporate all of this with the React component lifecycle and with Clerk. But don't worry, I will show you how to do this. For this, we will create a context provider. In case you don't know what context is a React feature where we can wrap our layout with a tag. Clerk is also a context provider. And inside this component, some data is gathered. In the case of Clerk, that's the user data of the signed-in user. And this provider makes this data available to all the sub-components. This is why, for example, in the navbar, we have this user button which can access the user data. It reads this user data from this context it's wrapped in. And this is basically just a way to avoid that we have to pass the user data as a prop through each component. It will automatically be available in all children of the Clerk provider, no matter how deep the nesting. And we want to create a similar provider for our stream video client so that we can create it once when we open the app and then all child components have access to it. So let's do this. We could either put it into the components folder, but for organization, I want to put it into the app folder to make clear that this is the only place where we are supposed to use it in the root layout. So in the app folder, I want to put a new file, which I call clientprovider.tsx, and I also copy the name. This has to be a client component. If you don't know the difference between client and server components, please watch my Next.js beginner tutorial, which you can also find on this channel. Here I will assume that you already know the difference. And just like the Clerk provider, we want to be able to put other components and other HTML tags into our client provider, which will then be rendered on the screen. We do this in React via the children prop. So what we do is we declare an interface for the props because we use TypeScript. And in TypeScript, we have to give a type to the props. Let's call it client provider props. And in here we have one value, children, of type react.reactNode. And you have to call this children with this exact spelling, otherwise it will not be recognized by React. Then we export a default function with the same name, client provider. In here we destructure our children from the client provider props. Then at the end, what we want to do is we want to return the children, but we also want to wrap it into this stream video tag, which is an import from Stream.io video React SDK. This is also a context provider. So we basically wrap this context provider into our own context provider. In here we want to render the children, which is our whole website. But for the stream video provider, we need a client. And this is why we create this wrapper component, because in here we initialize this client so that we can pass it to the stream video component. And we initialize the video client with a use effect. We could put this use effect directly into the body here, but for organization, I want to put this into a separate function. And whenever we use something like use effect or state in our own function, this function name has to start with the word use. This is a naming convention which is enforced by React. This way we create a custom hook. We call it use initialize video client. Oops, I'm bad at typing today. Which is a function. As the name implies, this will initialize the video client. We then call this up here and pass it to the stream video provider. To the video client, we also connect the user so that we have access to the username and the avatar. We can get the user from Clerk. We destructure a const, then we call this use user hook, which we import from Clerk. And again, this hook only works because it's wrapped inside this Clerk provider, which fetches the user data and makes it available to this hook and other components. In here we can find the user, and this is loaded value, which indicates if the user has been loaded or not. Because if the user is null or undefined, it could either mean we are not logged in or we haven't loaded the user yet. So we have to know the difference. But I also want to rename this variable to user loaded for better readability. Next, we need to keep the video client in a state. This is the client that we then pass to the stream video provider up here. So we create a const, square brackets, video client, comma, and z video client. And we want to initialize this with a use state, which we initialize with null as the default value, and we set the type of this explicitly with angle brackets. The type will be a stream video client, which again is an import from the video React SDK, vertical bar or null. Because when we open our app, we haven't initialized the client yet. So for this time, it will be null. And at the end of this hook, we want to return this video client. Okay, of course, we still have to do all the work of initializing the video client, but we can already call our hook up here. So we can say const video client equals use initialize video client, and it will now get this video client from this hook. And then we can pass this video client here. This complains because it doesn't accept a null value. So what we do is, as long as the video client is null or undefined, we want to render a loading spinner instead. And only once the video client is defined, we render the actual page content. So here we say if exclamation mark video client, we want to render a div, which contains this loader tour component, which is an icon from Lucid React. We add some class names to this icon, mx auto to send out on the screen, and animate spin, so it spins, because by default it's just a static item. And I also want to center this spinner on the screen. So to the outer div, we add the class names, hScreen, which sets the height to the full screen height. Then we make this a flex box with item center and justify center, so that the spinner will be shown in the middle of the screen. And now our error down here disappears, because now when we get below this return block, the client is guaranteed to be defined. We should actually already be able to see the spinner if we wrap our layout into the client provider. This time we put it in here inside the body, client provider, which we import from our own folder. And we want to wrap everything inside the body. The navbar in the main tag, and now when we refresh the page, yeah, we see the spinner indefinitely, because we are not loading the client yet, so we are not getting below this loader return block. Okay, let's take care of actually initializing the client, which we do inside a use effect. So use effect, we call this, and to use effect we pass an arrow function like this. And after this arrow function, we put the dependencies block with a pair of square brackets. Okay, and Stream basically has its very own user system, independent from Clerk. But for the Stream user, we want to use the same user data that we also use in Clerk, the same username, the same avatar, and the same ID. In the first line inside this use effect, we want to check if user loaded is false. In this case, we want to return and don't do anything yet. Because if the user hasn't loaded yet, we don't know if we are logged in. Because if the user is undefined, it could mean that they are actually not logged in. But it could also mean that the user hasn't loaded yet. But with this boolean, we know exactly what's the case. And then we want to create a stream user. For this, we create a let variable, stream user of type user, which is an import from the Stream React SDK. Again, make sure to pick the correct one. We create a let variable for this because there are two different possibilities. Either we are logged in with Clerk, then we want to create a logged in stream user. Otherwise, we want to create a guest user. So we check if user.id, which automatically adds the save call operator because user can be undefined if we are not logged in. Then we want to assign stream user, and we get autocomplete in here because we set the type explicitly. Here we set the ID to the Clerk user's ID. We set the name to the Clerk user's username, or if it is undefined, which I think it can be by default, yeah, it can be null, then we want to fall back to the ID instead. And we want to set the image, which is the avatar, to user.imageURL. Again, we connect our Clerk user to the stream user. At the end of this if block, we add an else. If the user ID is undefined, it means that we are not logged in which case we want to create a guest account. So again, we assign the stream user, but this time we don't have an ID, so we create our own one, const ID above. This is what I installed nano ID for. We call this because this gives us a short, unique ID. We pass this as the first argument to the stream user. Then we set the type to a guest, which makes sure that this stream user doesn't have all the same privileges as a logged in user. You can change the privileges in the backend later. I will show you how to do this. But for now, we also add a name here, which we set to a backtick string. It will just say guest. And after that, it will put the ID. Now that we have our user, we can initialize our video client, which we do below the if block. So we create a const client. We assign this to a new stream video client, which we already imported, parentheses, curly braces. In here we need the API key, which we can find under process.env, and then the name of the environment variable, which is this one here, next public stream video API key, comma, we have to pass the user, which is the stream user, which is either a guest or a logged in user. And then we need a token or a token provider. So the token is used for authentication. And as I explained before in the documentation, they hard-coded the token, which makes this app unsecure, so not suited for production. In production, we have to set up a backend server endpoint where we can get a token from and where we can also renew the token from time to time. This will automatically be handled by the SDK, but we have to provide the backend route for this. And in my stream chat tutorial, we set up an API route in Next.js for that. But now that server actions are out of beta, I actually prefer using a server action, which is an API endpoint, but in form of a function. It's just simpler to write. So let's do this. And if you want to learn everything about Next.js server actions, I have dedicated tutorials here on my channel about them. They are really good. But for this tutorial, you can also just follow along. So what we do is, in the app folder, we create a file called actions.ts. Actions is just a naming convention for server action files. In here, we add this use server directive at the top. And this way we can create server actions in this file. Again, server actions are basically API endpoints in form of normal functions. So it's much easier to call them because we don't have to execute fetch. We don't have to handle the weird API response. We can just call a function and get a value back from it, like a string. Okay, so what we do is in here we export an async function called getToken, and this is our token endpoint. Again, we need our stream keys in here. So let's create a const stream API key equals process.env. Again, we can copy it from over here, just the name, and const stream API secret process.env dot, and this one here. Now these environment variables can always be undefined because it's not guaranteed that we actually put them with the right key into the env file. This is why we also have to check if they are undefined, because otherwise the stream client will complain because it doesn't accept undefined values. So below we check if exclamation mark stream API key or exclamation mark stream API secret. So if any of these two is undefined, we throw a new error which says stream API key or secret not set. Of course, the error message is up to you. Then we want to get the currently logged in Clerk user because we create a token for this particular user ID. So on the back end, we don't use the use user hook because that's only for React components. Instead here we call await current user, which again is an import from Clerk Next.js. We import the server one. I think it doesn't matter if we pick the Next.js or Next.js server one, but just to be sure, because we are on the back end, I'm going to use this one. Then I also want to log a message to the console just to see that this works, which will say generating token for user colon, comma, and the ID of the user, just so that we get some feedback in the console later. Now user can be undefined if we try to call this without being logged in which case we also have to throw an error, because this should not happen. If exclamation mark user, again we throw a new error, which says user not authenticated. Yeah, and then we go outside of this if block. And by the way, if you hear some weird noises in the background, I live right next to a kindergarten and they are screaming at the moment. Anyway, below we need a stream client to create our token. So const stream client equals new stream client. And this time it's an import from the Node SDK package, which we also installed in the beginning. And to it we pass the stream API key and the stream API secret. And since we are in a server action, this will only be executed on the backend. So here we can use our secret env values. And then I want to set up the token properly so that it's actually secure, which means that we should add an expiration time and the issued add time, because this way these tokens can actually be revoked, which means that if a user gets their account hacked, we can actually invalidate old tokens. So let's do this properly, because I'm not some other YouTuber who just implement this in a sloppy way without being actually secure. I want to do this properly. So we create a const expiration time, and we want to set this to 1 hour, which means that the token is valid for 1 hour, and after that the client will automatically get a new token from our backend. 1 hour is a good time. It's a good trade-off between safety and frequency, because we don't want to make these requests too often, right? We call math.floor to round down this value that we get here. And inside this math.floor function, we call date.now to get the timestamp of the current time in milliseconds. So we divide this by 1000 to get the seconds. And we add with a plus 60 times 60. So 1 hour. 60 seconds times 60 minutes. Okay, that's the expiration time, 1 hour in the future. Then we need a time when we issued the token. Const issued add, again math.floor, again date.now, divided by 1000. But there can be a little bit of a clock drift between the front end and the back end, or between Clerk's server and our server. So what we do is we extract 1 minute. So we pretend that we created this token 1 minute in the past. This way we avoid the problem when the times between the stream server and our own server don't match exactly to the second, by just subtracting 1 minute. Okay, and with these two values we can create our token, which we get with stream client dot create token, to which we pass the user ID, user.id, the expiration time, and the issued add time. Then I want to show another log message for feedback. Successfully generated token colon. Of course, you don't need this in production. This is just for development. And finally, we want to return the token. And the cool thing about these server actions is that we can just call this function and get a string back. We don't have to use the fetch API. We don't have to unpack the return value. We can just use it like a normal function. So we are done with this token provider. And here we want to pass it to this token provider key. But we only need a token provider if we are actually logged in, right? A guest user does not need a token provider. So here we check after a colon. If user.id is defined, then we want to assign, or we want to call our getToken function, which is an import from our actions folder. Otherwise, we want to set this to undefined. And this is so cool because in the past we had to pass an actually async function here where we used fetch to fetch our token from the backend. We had to unpack the value. We had to handle the HTTP status code and everything. But here we just pass our function and that's it. And from this function we get our token string. And if there is an error, the error will just bubble up to the video client. But this is still complaining because again this environment variable can be undefined. We can fix this with an exclamation mark, but this is actually bad practice, so I don't want to do this, because if we actually forget to set this environment variable, it will be harder to figure out our error. So let's do this properly. Let's create a const API key above, assign it to this environment variable like we did before. Then we can pass it down here by its name. And again, we check if exclamation mark API key. Then we want to throw an error similar to what we did over here. So let's copy this line, paste it here. Stream API key, not set. This time we don't need the secret. Okay, and we are almost done with this file here. It's a bit complicated, I know, but this is what we have to do. But we only have to set this up once. So now that we have our client, we want to set it on our video client state. Which means that after this has initialized, the video client will not be undefined anymore. So we will get rid of the loading spinner and instead render our pages and have the video client available on our sub pages. So here below const client, we call set video client. we pass the client to it, and then we also add a cleanup function below. From useEffect, so we are still inside useEffect, we return an error function like this, and here we have to clean up our connection. You have to do this in React because this useEffect can run multiple times. In fact, every useEffect can run multiple times, even if the dependencies array is empty. And we don't want to create multiple connections, right? So here we connect our user, which means that in the cleanup function, we have to disconnect our user with client.disconnect user. So this is basically the counterpart to what we did here. We disconnect the user and we set the video client back to null. And lastly, we also have to set the dependencies down here. So this needs the user ID, image URL, username, and user loaded, because those are the values that we used inside the useEffect. So whenever any of these values changes, the useEffect will run again. So every time we change, for example, the username in Clerk, it will disconnect the previous user through this cleanup function, and it will connect a new user with the up-to-date data. Now we could also just pass user and user loaded as the dependencies down here, but I actually want to only pass the values from the user that we actually need, which is the user ID, user.username, and user.imageURL. By being more granular and passing these specific values, we avoid that this useEffect runs again every time anything in this user object changes. Because there are also other values in these user objects, like the metadata, and if these values change, I don't want to run this useEffect again, because it would be wasteful. It's not necessary, because our stream client doesn't depend on any of this other data. So we only pass the values that we actually depend on. Okay, and now if we look into the console, yeah, we already see a bunch of these log statements here because we made changes, we saved them, and we generated these tokens in the process. And on the screen, we now see the actual app. We don't see the loading spinner anymore because now we have a valid stream client and we can use this client to use all of Stream's video features. Again, in production, this token will only be fetched once every hour, but when we make changes, we basically restart the app and fetch a new token, which is fine. Okay, just two small changes for this part. I want to change the metadata of the page in the root layout. I want to set the title to Meetings app. I was not very creative with the name of this project. And the description will say a video calling app built with Next.js and Stream. At least this time I didn't make a typo. Yay. And one more thing, I also want to set up an error page, because if there's an uncaught error happening in here, we will get to the error page. We could also, of course, try catch it and show something like a toast. But if the stream client doesn't work, our whole app doesn't work. So it's fine to just redirect to a full screen error page, which is another Next.js feature. For this, we create a new file in the app folder with this exact name, error.tsx. This is a special file in Next.js. It has to be a client component. This is why we see this error on the left. And here we export a default function, which we can call page or error page. And here we just want to return a simple layout. So a div with an h1, which will say error. Again, I'm not really creative today. Sorry, something went wrong. Please try again later, because probably something is broken in our backend at this time. We also style this div spaceway3, which I think is self-explaining, and text center. And let's also style the h1, because by default in Tailwind, headlines are completely unstyled. To see this error page, maybe let's just throw an error for a moment on the front page here. Throw new error. Bazinga, which brings us to the error page. But in Tailwind, by default, headlines are not styled. So we have to do this ourselves with text 2XL and font bold. And this is a very simple error page. You can make this more beautiful if you want, but for now this is fine. And let's not forget to remove this error here. Okay, when we refresh the page will be gone. After a short loading time, we see our app. And next we will implement a way to create new meetings. Okay, here I want to build the page that you saw in the beginning with the input fields for the description, the participants and so on. And this requires a client component, but instead of making the whole page a client component, I want to put this into a separate file because this allows us to also set metadata on this page if we need to. Similar to the metadata in the root layout, we can do this for each specific page as well. But we cannot do this inside client components. So if we made this whole page a client component, we can't set metadata in here. This is why I want to put this into a separate file. In the same folder as the page.tsx file, so in the app folder, because it's the front page. And I'm going to call this create meeting page.tsx. This time the name doesn't matter because it's not a special file in Next.js, it's just a component. So again, this time we make this a client component and we export a default function with the same name, create meeting page, where for now we just return a div. And I want to render this here on the front page, page.tsx, create meeting page, but all the logic, all the content of this page is inside this file. Also, I don't actually want to set metadata here. I want to keep the same page title and description that we use in the root layout, which is the fallback basically. So we could make this page a client component, but for consistency, I put this into a separate component because later we have similar pages with client components where we want to set the metadata. And I want to keep it consistent between all of these pages. Okay, back into the create meeting page tsx file. Okay, let's set up this page. First we style the outer div with flags, flags col. Again, you can find out what these classes mean by hovering over them. Item center and space y6. In here as the first element, I want to put a headline which says welcome. And then I want to display the username. As usual, we can get this from the clock hook. Use user. So in here we can put an expression, user.username, exclamation mark. Now the user can be undefined, which is why this adds the save call operator, but I actually don't want to have this here. Instead, I want to show a loading indicator as long as the user hasn't been loaded yet. So if exclamation mark user, we again return this loader tool with mx auto and animate spin. This will be shown until the user has loaded. But we actually don't see another loading spinner, which makes sense because we already show a loading spinner when the user hasn't been loaded yet here in our client provider, which means that at the time we actually see this page, the user will be defined. It's still good to have this as a fallback because we need some way to check that the user is indeed defined. We will also need our stream video client here to create the actual call. So above the user, we can also put it below, it doesn't matter. We create a const client, which we get from use stream video client, which is a hook provided by the stream SDK. But this client will only be defined if we actually loaded it here in our provider. And it's provided to the children by this stream video context wrapper. So only with this stream video context, we get the actual client through this hook. Again, as long as the client hasn't loaded yet, we want to show a loading spinner. So we say exclamation mark client or exclamation mark user. But again, by the time we see this page, the client is already loaded. So this is basically just a fallback. Okay, and below this headline, I want to have this box that you saw in the beginning where we can add a description and everything. So below the h1, we create a div, to which again we add some class names. We set a hard-coded width of 80, which, let's see, is 20 rem or about 320 pixels. We want to center it horizontally. We want to add some space in there. We want to make it rounded and add a background color, BG slate, and set a padding of 5. And there you can already see it with rounded corners. In there I want to put an h2 headline, which will say, create a new meeting. Again, we need to style this. Text XL and font, oops, not Bontbo, font bold. And there it is. And I forgot to style the h1, which should be a bit bigger with text 2XL. Again, font bold and text center. Okay, then we need a bunch of different input fields, and all these input fields need their own state. But instead of putting these directly in here for organization, I want to split them up into separate components. But because we will only use them in this one page, we don't have to put them into a separate file. We can just declare them directly in here. So first, let's create an interface for the props. The first one will be called description input. And the interface is called description input props. It will take the current value in form of a string and this onChange handler, which is a callback function, which receives a string and doesn't return anything. So just type it out like this. And then we create a corresponding component below, which receives these description input props. And here is the value and the callback. This is just basic React stuff. Okay, and here I want to have a radio button where we can decide if we want to activate the description or not. If we want to have a description in our meeting or not. So we put this into a state, which we call active and setActive, and we initialize this with a use state of false. And this is also a reason why I put this into a separate component, because if we put this for multiple different inputs directly in here, it would be really messy. So we split it up and then we return the UI here. This will contain a div with space y2. In here we put another div with some text. Doesn't have to be a headline, just some normal text. It will say meeting info, but I want to style this with font medium. Maybe let's put this into our UI below the h2 here. Description input. For now, we just set the value to a placeholder and we keep the onChange callback empty with an empty function like this, just so that we can see it on the screen. So a meeting info colon. And here I want to have a simple input field. Below this meeting info div, we wrap this into a label, which is a normal HTML tag. We style this label with item center, flags, and gap 1.5. In here we put an input of type checkbox. It will be checked if active is true. So this checkbox will decide if we set the description or not. And if active is true, this checkbox is activated. And when we check or uncheck this checkbox, we pass this arrow function where we get this event. Here we want to call the setActiveStateSetter up here. And we want to set this to the currently checked value, which we get from e.target.checked. Also, when this happens, I want to make the description input empty again. So we call the onChange callback, which will later be passed to the parent, and we set the description to an empty string because we hide the description. Then we close this input tag and add a text here, add description. And by wrapping this into a label like we did here, this input will automatically be connected for accessibility reasons with this label, which means that when we click this label, it will automatically click the checkbox, which is very important for usability. If this was not a label but a normal div, this would not work. And it would be pretty bad. This is why we make this a label. Okay, cool. And now when this is checked, we want to show another text area below where we can add the actual description, right? So below the label, still inside the div, we add an expression and we only want to render this if active is true, parentheses. In here we pass another label, which we style with block and space y1. We add a span with font medium that says description. And then below we add a text area, which is basically a multi-line input field. Again, this is a normal HTML tag. The value of this text area is the value of the description that we pass from the parent. So it's this value prop. Again, we have to implement onChange. Again, we get this event here. We want to call the onChange callback, which is this one here, but make sure to spell this correctly. It should be in camel case with an uppercase C. And here we want to pass e.target.value. Then we also set the max length to 500 so that we can't type indefinite text in there. And we want to style this a bit. But first let's close this, save this. There it already is, but doesn't look great. We want to set it to width full, rounded MD. We want to add a border and we want to set the border color to gray 300 and also add some padding. Okay, looks much better. At the moment this is hard-coded to this placeholder text because this is what we passed here. This is what's set in the state. But in a moment we will be able to update this. But we can already show and hide it. Pretty cool. So let's create a state for this, but a state will be in the parent component. Why? Because the parent component later creates the call or the meeting and we need all of this data here. So we can't put it into the child component, otherwise we don't have access to it up here. Let's put it at the top of the create meeting page component. Again, this is a state. The first one is description input and set description input, which we assign to a use state with an empty string. And now we can replace these hard-coded values down here for our state. So the value will be the description input, and onChange is our set description input handler, just like that. Now we can still toggle it, but now we can actually type something in here. If we untoggle it, the input will be empty again, but this is up to personal preference. You can change this behavior by removing this. Okay, and now we have to do the same 2 more times for the starting time and the participants. So again, another component. In the same file, again, we start with the props. Start time input, let's copy the name. Start time input. Props. Again, this needs a value in form of a string. And again, an onChange callback where we get passed the updated value. And below we create this component which gets passed these start time input props where we destructure value and onChange. Again, we can enable or disable it. So we copy this active state from the description component and add it here as well. Then again, we return a div, which we style with space y2. Again, another div in here with some text, font medium, meeting start column. Maybe let's put it into the UI already. We need another state, right? So let's call it start time input and set start time input. And again, this is an empty string by default. We render it below the description input. Start time input. Again, this needs a value. Start time input and a callback. onChange, set start time input, close, reformat. Nice. Back down into the component and let's finish setting this up. So again, below this div, we put our label. Again, flex, item center, gap 1.5, the exact same we had before. Again, in here we put an input, but this time the type is radio. this radio button should be checked if active is false. So exclamation mark active. And when we click this, we have to handle the onChange callback where we get past an arrow function. When we click this radio button, because this is not a checkbox, it's a radio button, where we have two different options. Here we set active to false. And again, we call onChange with an empty string to make the input field empty again. We close this, and this radio button will say start meeting immediately. And this is checked because by default our active state is false, which checks this radio button. Then let's copy paste this label and add another one below. This one will say start meeting at date/time, or the exact text is up to you. This will be checked if active is true. When we click it, we want to set active to true, and now we should already be able to toggle between them. Yep. And then below I want to render an input field for the actual time, but only again if active is true, right? So active, 2 ampersand signs, parentheses. Again, we wrap this into a label with block space y1. Again, a span in here. Font medium, which will say start time. And then it's another input. So the input HTML tag is very versatile. It can render a lot of different types of components. The one we want to use here this time is dateTimeLocal, which is a time input field. Let's see, there it is, unstyled by default. Let's finish setting this up. Again, the value is coming from the parent because this is where we store the state. Again, this is this value prop that we pass to this component, right? So this is the value managed by the parent. Again, we have to handle onChange the same way we have done before. We call the onChange callback with e.target.value. And again, we want to style this with full rounded MD, border gray 300, and a small padding. Okay, looks much better. And when we click it, looks like this by default. Works right out of the box. Now one more thing, when we select start time, then I don't want this to be empty by default, like right now. I want this to be set to the current time by default. So what we do is we go up above the return block here, and here I want to get the current time as a value, but we have to turn this into a string that we can pass to our input field. We do this the following way. We create a const dateTimeLocal now. We create a new date object, but here we actually have to take care of time zone differences, which are not handled by default. We do this the following way. To new date inside the parentheses, we pass another new date on which we call getTime, which gets the milliseconds. And from these milliseconds, we subtract again a new date. So the syntax is a bit weird, but this is how it works. Dot get time zone offset, which are minutes, but we need milliseconds. So we multiply this with 60,000. So 60 to get the seconds and 1000 to get the milliseconds. And by the way, I found this on Stack Overflow, of course, so I didn't come up with this myself. But this is how we get the correct time. But then we still have to format this into a string with toIsoString, which is a function. But from this ISO string, we only want the hours and minutes and not the seconds and milliseconds. So we also call .slice, which slices up the string, so to speak, and it removes the parts that we don't want. We only want from index 0 to the 16th character, which should be the last minute. So this is the exact code to get this now string, which we now use down here when we activate this datetime input. Then I want to pass the dateTimeLocal now as the default value. And also down here in the input field itself, I want to set the min value to the same value. Because this way we can't set a date before right now. So let's see. Let's uncheck and check it. It's set to now by default, and we can't pick a date earlier than that. Perfect. This provides a much better usability for the future, and this will always be set to the latest time. Okay, really cool. And one more time, we have to repeat this for the third field for the participants input. So one more time. Interface, participants input, which I copy here. Props, again, the value is a string. Again, we have this onChange callback, where we get passed the new value. And by the way, I'm getting random phone calls from India. Please, if you see my tutorials and you found my phone number anywhere, please don't call me. I can't answer your coding questions on phone in the middle of the day. Anyway, let's continue with this. So function participants input. As usual, we destructure the props. Inside the component body, again, we have this active state. They are very similar. And then one more time, return div space y2, div font medium, participants, colon, label aura. No, that's not the correct one. I want a label, a label. Flex item center gap 1.5. Again, an input of type radio. Again, this one should be checked if active is false. Again, we need a onChange callback. And if I'm too fast for you, just pause the video or get your act together. Come on. So when we click this radio button, we set active to false. And again, we call our callback with an empty string. Make sure that this is the correct one with the uppercase C. It should be this callback that we pass to the component. Okay, close this. Inside the label, the text will say, everyone with link can join. And we need another label below. So again, I'm gonna copy paste this. This one will say private meeting. Here we simply set active to true. Then we can also remove these curly braces and put all in one line. And again, below this label, we render an input field only if active is true. Label block space y1. Again, a span with font medium, which will say participant emails. And again, in here we put a text area, a multi-line input field. The value is of course the value prop. OnChange forwards the value to the OnChange callback again. e.target.value. We can also set a placeholder text with some description, which will say enter participant email addresses separated by commas, because this is how it works. And again, we style this with width full, rounded MD, border gray 300, and a padding of 2. And close this. And then render it in our page component. So, all the way to the top again. The last state that we need here, const participants input and set participants input, and again use state with an empty string, and then render this in our UI below the start time input. Participants input, the value is participants input, and on change callback calls set participants input, close, save. and the state is a bit wrong. Let's go back down here. Active false, and this one should be checked if active is true, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, now we have access to all the data via our state, and now we want to create a new call from this data. So what we do is below the participants input, we put a button with a lowercase b, which will say create meeting. For now this button is unstyled, but later we will style this. But we can at least set the width to full, so it's in the middle. And when we click this button on click, we want to call create meeting, which is a function that we put above our return blocks here. It's an async function, create meeting. In here we need to use the video client and the current user. Again, they can be undefined. Now we don't see this button when these values are undefined because we render the loader, but they can still be undefined in here because TypeScript doesn't know that we only render this button when these values are defined. So we have to handle this case, and we do this simply by checking if the client is undefined or the user is undefined. And if this is the case, we just return from this function and do nothing. But again, in reality, this should never happen. Then we wrap this into a try-catch block because this can throw an error in the stream backend. And if this happens for some reason, we want to show some feedback to the user. First, we want to log the error to the console, and then we show an alert dialog. Now, these alert dialogs are not very beautiful, but I use them here for simplicity. I didn't want to add like a toast library or whatever because setting it up is tedious. So for simplicity in this tutorial, I use the alert function. You can replace this for whatever UI element you want to use. And this will just say something went wrong. Please try again later. But this is only visible if there's an error, which should rarely, if ever, happen. Then we need an ID for this call, a unique ID. So we create a const ID. This time I want to use crypto, which is available in Node.js 20 by default. We don't even have to import this. And here we call random UUID. Why don't I use nano ID here? Well, these nano IDs are very short and I want to avoid duplicate IDs. These crypto IDs are much longer. I used nano IDs for user IDs because I didn't want to make them too long, but for the call it's fine. The ID can be long. Below we create a const call, and we create a call via the stream video client. On here we have this call function, to which we pass the call type. For now we set this to default, and the second argument is the call ID. Now what exactly a call is described in the stream documentation. It's basically the object that later allows us to do our video call. And there are different call types available by default. We use the default type, which is like a normal Zoom type of call. There's also live stream and audio rooms and so on, and we can even create our own types, which we will do later. But for now, we just use the default type here. Next, we have to create this call. We do this with await, call.get or create, parentheses, curly braces. Then we can add data to this call, where we have different fields that we can set. For example, who created this call. But we want to set custom data, which allows us to add any arbitrary data. This is where I want to put the description that we typed in, into this custom description field. Okay, and this creates the call. And then we want to put this into a state, but we haven't created this state yet. So below our 3 input states here, we create another state called call and set call. We initialize this with an empty use state, and for the type we set call from the video React SDK again. So this can now be a call or undefined. And down here we want to call set call and pass the call that we just created. Make sure you actually await this value here first. Okay, so when we click this button, we create this new call with the default type and a random ID. And then we have this call in our state. And when we have it in our state, we want to render it in the UI, right? So I just want to put it below as a text. So all the way at the bottom of our file, we create a new component for that, but we will keep it very basic for now. So again, an interface, let's call it meeting link. props, which will take the call as an argument, and then a component function below, where we destructure the call from the meeting link props. And then we create a cons, which we call meeting link. We put it into a backtick string. Here at the front, we want to render the base URL, for which we created this environment variable earlier, remember? So here in a variable placeholder, we say process.env.nextPublicBaseURL, and this way we can use a different base URL in production later by not hard coding it. /meeting, because this is where we want to open our meeting later, our call, and another variable, $, curly braces, at the end we put call.id. This is the meeting link, and for now I just want to render this in a div. Later we make this a bit better looking, and we will also add a copy button, but for now a simple div is enough, and here I want to put the meeting link, and let's render this on the screen. Okay, that's the component for now. Of course, we also have to render this in the UI, which we do in the page itself. So between these two closing div tags, I want to put this below this box here. Of course, we only want to render this link if the call is defined. So first we check call to $signs. If it is defined, we want to render the meeting link, to which we pass the call as a prop. We save this and then we can try it out. Right now, the only value that we actually add to the call is the description, right? At the moment, we ignore the starting date and the participants. We will take care of this later, but we can add a description. This is my first call. Now, when we click this button, a short moment later, we get our link here. Now, we haven't set up this page yet, so this link will not lead anywhere, but we already should be able to find this call in our stream backend. So here under video and audio, there is an explorer. And under calls, we find our default call with some metadata here. Created by is set automatically, and that's us. Let me zoom out a bit. We have information like the user who created the call. And somewhere in here should also be our custom data. There it is. Custom description. This is my first call, which we can later show in the UI. And later in here we can also find additional members and recordings, but we don't have any yet. Okay, our page here is not finished yet. We will still improve it later, and we still have to add the remaining functionality. But the next step is to set up this meeting page so that we can actually join a call. So maybe let's already open this link in a new tab so that we keep it for later, even if we refresh the page here and we don't have to create another call. Okay, so the link of the meeting is under /meeting/ and then the meeting ID. So let's create a route for that. So we right click on the app folder, create a new file, meeting/ to create a folder. Then we want to put the ID in here, for which we use a placeholder. Again, I explain all of this in my Next.js beginner tutorial. This creates this route /meeting/ ID. And in here we put the page.tsx file. But this time this page needs props, and the prop is this ID that we put into the URL. We need to read this to know which call we need to load. So we create an interface called page props. Again, this name is up to you. From here we want to get the params, because the params contain these variable placeholders in the URL. And we also set the type of the params, because in here we find the ID of type string. This ID points to this ID placeholder. This way we can get this out of the URL and use this in our page. Then we export a default function called page as usual, where we destructure the page props. In here we find the params because we defined the type. And we want to destructure the ID out of these params. Easy. Just like in our front page, we want to have a separate client component that contains all the page logic, because we need hooks and state in there, which only work in client components. But again, we need this server component wrapper to get the params in the first place. And in here, as I touched on earlier, we can also change the metadata of the page. And let's do this for this page. I want the title of the page to say meeting and then the ID of the meeting. Now in the layout, we exported this metadata object, right? But this only works for static metadata, where we hard code the string. If we have dynamic metadata that depends on the data of this page, in this case the ID, we don't export this static value. Instead, we export a function with a very specific name. Again, this is all explained in my Next.js beginner tutorial. Generate metadata. Make sure to spell this correctly. And this function receives the same page props with the same ID inside the params. Inside this function, we could now fetch data, but this is actually not necessary because we only want to put the ID into the title, and we already have the ID from the URL. So what we do is we simply return an object, and we also set the return type of this function to metadata, which is an import from Next, because this way we get autocomplete in the return block. And we want to change the title to a backtick string, which says meeting space, and then we want to put the ID in here. And maybe for now, let's return an empty fragment from the page to see if this works. Let's refresh this meeting page, and there's the title, meeting, and the meeting ID. Of course, you can also change this if you want a different title. Okay, and now we want to create this client component that contains the actual meeting page, which again we put into the same folder /meeting/idea. And let's call it meetingpage.tsx. It's a client component, so we put the use client directive at the top. Export default function meeting page. This meeting page will also need the ID that we get from the URL, right? So we have to forward it to this component. So as usual, we create a props interface. Meeting page props. This time we don't have to put it into the params. We can just pass this value directly via the props, because this is not a page TSX file. Then we destructure them down here. We want the idea. And for now, let's just return an empty fragment so that we can call this component in our page. So overdo page.tsx. Here we want to use the meeting page component to which we forward the idea, and then this client component handles all the rest. So back into the meeting page. For now, I want to keep this page very simple just to get something on the screen. We will later create our more advanced layout. First of all, we create a state that holds the call of this meeting, the stream call. So call zCall, we assign this to use state. We set the type to call, which again we import from Stream.io video React SDK. And we initialize this without a default value, so by default it will be undefined. Then again we need the video client, which we can get through the use stream video client hook, which we already used earlier. Again, this gives us the client because all our pages are wrapped into the client provider, which initializes the video client, and via this hook we can access it in every child component. But again, before this has loaded, it will be undefined and we have to handle this undefined value. So again, we say if !client, then we want to return our loader tool as usual with mx auto and animate spin. But again, we should actually never see this because before the client is initialized, we already return our full screen loader from the context provider, right? But we still have to handle this possibly undefined value so that we can work with a defined client below this if block. And as long as the call is undefined, we just want to show a button to create and join the call. Then we call zCall with this call, and then we return the actual stream layout. So this is like a little very simple setup screen. But again, this is just to get started. Later we will make this more advanced. So if !call, which means that our cal state up here is still undefined. In this case, we simply want to return a button. This is the only thing that will be shown on the screen for now. This button gets an onClick handler, to which we pass an arrow function. And then let's close this button tag, and it will say join meeting. Again, this button for now is completely unstyled. We will make it beautiful later. Then we take care of the onClick function here. We make this async. We could put this function into a separate function for organization and not inline it like we do right now. But since we will remove this button anyway, it's fine to just do it directly in here for now. So we need to initialize a call, which we can do in the same way as we also created the call here on the create call page. We just call client.call, pass the type of the call and the ID. This way we can create the same call that points to the same chat room. So we have our client down here. So we call client.call default. And again, later we will also create our own call type, not just use the default one. But for now, we only have this one. The ID is the second argument. Then we call await call.join. This is what actually starts the call. And then, as I already mentioned, we call setCall and pass this call to it. Which means that after we have set the call and changed the state, we will get below this return block here with our button. We will get to this return block. And here we want to return the actual call screen. Now we could create these layouts completely from scratch, but Stream actually has pre-made components for that already look good. If you want to customize this layout further, you can look into the documentation, but we use these pre-made components because they already look pretty good. And all these components need access to the call object, which we initialized here. And for this we have another context provider provided by Stream, which is called StreamCall. Again, an import from Video React SDK. To this we have to pass our call, close this. And now all of the video calling components from the SDK that we put in here have access to this call through this context provider. And the rest is handled internally. But we wrap this into one more component, which is called Stream Theme, which adds the default layout for these components. So they are styled by default. We can also add class names here. I want to add some vertical spacing. And then in here we use these predefined components I were talking about. The first one is this speaker layout, which again we import from Stream. Doesn't need any components because again it has access to the call through the Stream Call context provider. And then below we put the call controls, and you will see how they look in a moment. Now we save this. There's our join meeting button, but before we click this, one more thing. We go into our root layout again. And here before the global CSS, we want to import Stream's CSS file. I copied this from the documentation. You can pause the video and type this out, or go to the GitHub repository from the description and copy it from there if you're very lazy. It should be placed above the global CSS file, but I think if we reorder these imports, it's put above it automatically. There is a shortcut to automatically reorder these imports. On my keyboards is Shift-Alt-O. I don't know if it's different in other languages, but as long as you put the CSS file above the global CSS file, everything should be fine. And now we should be able to join the call. So let's recap this. We see this button here because we haven't initialized a call yet. When we click this button, we create a call with the same ID and we immediately join it. Then we set a call state, which removes the button from the UI and instead shows the call layout with the speaker layout and the call controls, which are provided by Stream. Pretty simple, right? Let's refresh the page just to be sure. Then click join meeting, which shows the camera permission request, which is a good sign. Then we see the speaker layout, and then we see the mic permission request. Again, on Chrome, this is sometimes a bit slow. Okay, but microphone and camera are turned off by default. We will make them turned on by default later. And I think I have to select the correct camera first, which is my stream cam, which at the moment points into the room. So there's a little bit of a hiccup in here, but we don't worry about this right now. We will fix all of this later. But the important thing is we see the speaker layout, we see the camera, and we already have all these features down here. We can make recordings, we can do a screen share. Now one thing that bothers me is that this text here is black on dark background, and we have the same problem in some of these other elements. Here for example. This is because Tailwind sets the color to dark and it overrides the text color of these default components. But of course we can fix this with some simple CSS, which we put into the global CSS file. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Please pause the video again, type this out by hand, make sure to spell this correctly. Those are the class names of these stream components, and attention, those are 2 underscores, not just 1. Add these 3 classes which change the text color, and now the text color here is white, and in these menus as well. Let's also join this call on a second screen in an incognito tab. We should be able to join this as a guest. Again, we see the same button, join meeting, allow, and we are already inside the call. Allow mic as well. And isn't this cool how this just works out of the box? And as you can see, the guest has this username that we defined when we connected the user. This is the short nano ID. Now it's still a bit long to show here properly. We could create an even shorter one. We don't need such a long string, but it's already shorter than this crypto ID for the call, which would look a bit bad if we put this here into the screen. But as you can see, this works out of the box. Now we have 2 people in this call, 1 guest and 1 logged in user, which have their own independent controls. They can also leave the call. Right now, after leaving the call, we just see a black screen. We will improve this later. For now, let's just close this. And then I actually want to finish setting up this create meeting page, because we are not done with this yet. We haven't implemented the date and the participant list yet. So let's do that next. Okay, to set up private calls, we have to set up a custom call type, which we do in the stream backend in our dashboard here. So here we have this call types menu option, right? And in here we have our default call types. We have used default so far, which is basically just a Zoom type of video call. But we can create our own call type, which we do, and let's call it private meeting. And I want the same settings as the default call type. So let's open the default one as well. And I want to have the same settings over here. Video enabled, camera on by default, microphone on by default. Recording is enabled as well. Broadcasting. Let's toggle these on as well. No, HSL auto on should be off. Let's see. No backstage, no thumbnails. This is all for live streaming. And screen sharing needs to be enabled as well, with screen sharing permissions. And that should be it. So we save this private meeting type, but of course you can customize these settings if you want later. Okay, now we have this new private meeting type. This type will work like a normal call, but this can only be joined by specific members, which we have to define in advance. And to set these permissions, we have to change the user permissions here under roles and permissions. So here we select user, which is the default type a member has when they join a call. So the call that we set up earlier, when we joined it, we had the role user. We want to change the permissions for user in private meetings, our own custom call type. We don't want normal users to join our private meetings, so we added the permissions and we actually remove all of them by clicking on this button twice. And then I want to enable just 2 permissions. The first one is create call, so that we can still create new calls, and read call, so that we can query them later, but we can't join them. So we enable these 2 permissions, read call and create call. Then we save the changes, confirm this. And now users have these very limited permissions in our private meeting call type, but they still have all the normal permissions in the default call type. And then we also do the same for the guest role. Those are users who are not logged in. Again, for the private meeting type, make sure private meeting is selected. Again, we change the permissions, we remove all of them. And for guests, we only need read call. We don't need create call because in our app, we only get to the create call screen when we are logged in and not as guests. So we only select this one here, read call. Again, we save these changes. And then by default in Stream, there is this call member role here. I didn't set this up myself. This exists by default. And this basically has the same role a normal user has and a normal call. We keep it like this for our private meeting, because this way, later when we create a private meeting call, we can give the users that we invite this special call member role instead of the normal user role, and they will be able to join our call. But normal users who are not invited to this call will not be able to join our call because they don't have the permissions anymore. I think it's pretty straightforward. We are almost done with the permissions, but I also want to make a little change to the user role for default calls. Make sure to select the correct role and scope up here. Now by default, every user can end every call apparently, but we don't want this. I only want a user to be able to end their own call. So we unselect end call and instead we select end update own call. Then we save this, confirm it, and then we have to do the same one more time for call members in private meetings. We also have to remove end call and only tick end update own call. Okay, and now the permissions should be all set. And it's important to enforce this stuff on the back end. Enforcing this just on the front end is not enough because this can always be circumvented, but Stream gives us all the tools to enforce these permissions on the back end. So now, for example, if we tried to join a private meeting as a normal user who is not invited, it wouldn't work, we would get an error. But of course, we will build our app in a way that we don't even get this error. Instead, it will not be shown in the UI at all as an option. So let's go back to the create meeting page TSX file. We already have our participants input, right? And we basically want to create a private call if this input is not empty, if we put emails in here. Otherwise, it's a public call that anyone can join. So here we hard-coded the call type. We want to change this. We go above. We create a const call type. Then we check if participants input is true here, so it means the string is not empty. Then we set the call type to our private meeting, make sure to spell this correctly, and otherwise it's a default call type. And then we just replace this down here. And then we need to make sure that the people who we are invite get the special call member role that we configured earlier in the backend, and we can pass these members inside this data block here in get or create. In here we have this members field, which needs to be an array of user objects. So let's create this members array first. Above, first of all, we want to get the single email addresses that we put in here out of this input field. So we create a const member emails. We take the participants input and we want to split it at commas, right? Because in here we say add the email addresses separated by commas. So we split the string by commas, which turns it into an array. Now in case there are empty spaces in here like comma space, and so on, I also want to trim each element in this array. So after .split, we don't put a semicolon. Instead, we call map, where we get passed each email address, which is a single string. And on this email, we want to call .trim and return this value. So again, this takes each email out of this input field, splits them by a comma, trims each email to remove the unnecessary white spaces, and then it turns this into an array. And now we need to turn this emails array into an object which contains the ID of each user. So we need a way to get the user ID from the email address. And we can get this information with Clerk, but we can only do this on the back end because we basically query our database, which we can't do from the front end. So we already have this actions file here. in our app folder, which belongs to this front page. In here, we just put a second function, a server function, which again creates a server action, which is basically an API endpoint. There we can execute code on our backend in a very easy way. Let's call it get user IDs, and to it we pass an argument, email addresses, which is a string array. And it will return a string array of the user IDs. This is very simple. We create a const response. We await Clerk client, which again is an import from Clerk Next.js server. So make sure it adds this import here. On this we can call .users.getUserList, parentheses, curly braces, and in here we can pass the email addresses. So this field is called email address in singular, but we have to pass the array to it. Of course here a colon. And the return type of this function is this array of users, but we only need the IDs, not the whole user object. So we return response.map. We take each user and we want to return the user ID. And that's pretty much it. Again, this function will run on the back end. We pass the email addresses to it and we get an array of user IDs back. So now let's use this server action on our create meeting page. We create a const member IDs and we call await get user IDs, which is an import from our actions file to which we pass the member emails. Simple. Now this members value down here expects an array of these member request objects. So let's create this array. We create a const members and we set the type explicitly so that we get auto completion to this member request singular. This one here from the video SDK, and this should be an array. Then we take each member ID and again we map it. We get past each ID, which is a string, and we need to turn it into such a member request object. So we make a pair of parentheses to define the return value and then a pair of curly braces to create an object. Autocomplete shows us what we can pass here. We need a user ID, which is the ID of the user. And remember, the ID of the user is also the ID we use for the stream user when we initialize it right here. So these IDs are identical. So when we invite a stream user, we use the clerk ID of this user because it's identical with the stream user ID. Okay, and then we also want to set the role because this is now a private meeting. And remember, we can't be a normal user, we have to be a Carl_member, which is this role that is allowed to join a private meeting. A normal user can't join a private meeting anymore. Okay, this will handle the email addresses that we put into this input field, but we also have to add the email address of the user who creates this call. So what we do is we call .concat on this mapped array to add another element. And in here we pass another member request object. The user ID we set to user.id. User is coming from Clerk's user hook, comma, and again we set the role to Carl_member, very important. So the user who creates the call will be added to the participants list automatically, but they might add their own email address. I want them to be able to use either option, add their own email address or have it handled automatically. But I don't want this email address or any other email address to be twice in our array. So we have to filter duplicates. So after concat, we call .filter parentheses. And to filter the duplicates, we add an arrow function which gets passed 3 values. VIA, which is the value in this array. This is the index and this is the array itself. This is an arrow function, and here we check if a.findIndex, parentheses. Again, this gets an arrow function, which gets v2, which is the second value that we compare the first value with. If this is complicated to you, don't worry. This is just like data structures logic, which tends to be complicated, but you also don't need to remember this. You find this stuff in Stack Overflow. Just type out what I type here. So this is another arrow function where we check if v2 user ID is equal to v.user ID. And then outside of the parentheses, we write equals I. And this will remove duplicates, because if we have the same user ID twice in our array, it will compare it with the first value in this array, the first appearance of the same user ID, but the index of the first and the second element will not be the same. And this way we know that we have this element in there twice, and this way we filter it. And we want to filter it by the user ID, not by the role. But again, if this looks complicated to you, don't worry, you don't have to remember this. When we add a comma here, we get rid of our error because the variable members has the same name as this argument here and the same type. So now the participants list should be handled. Before we try this out, let's also add the optional start date. And by the way, if we don't create a private call, our participants input field will be empty, and then this members array will be empty. So there will be no member in here with this private call member type. And if the array is not empty, so if the participant's input has input in it, then we set the type to private meeting, which requires these call members. So this will all just work. So the start time is much simpler. We create a const starts at. I write this in snake case with an underscore because this is the same name this variable has in here. And this way we can write it with this shorter syntax. Equals new date, to which we pass the start time input, or date.now if this string should be emptier, because I actually want to add the starts at time no matter if we have input in here or not, because later this makes it easier to query and show our cards. So we add the start time in any case. If the start time input is empty, we fall back to the current time. And then outside of the parentheses here, we have to turn this into an ISO string again, because this is the type this data block here expects. Okay, for now, let's save this and try this out. I want to create a new call. This is my first private call. We started immediately, but I want to invite only Florian at codingandflow.com and info at codingandflow.com. Make sure to spell this correctly. Create this private meeting. Now we should be able to join this meeting in a new tab, but before we join this, we also have to go to the meeting page, the one in the ID folder. And for now, I want to hard code the type to private meeting. Later, we make sure that we get the correct call type from the ID, but for now, we have to hard code this. So after saving this, we should still be able to join this meeting in the tab where we are logged in, because we are a call member with this user account. Join meeting. Okay, for some reason it created a default meeting and not a private meeting, but our code should be correct. So let's try this again. Let's refresh the page. Maybe the changes in our code were not applied. Another private meeting. Let's see. We set the call type from the participant's input, right? Again, we invite info at codingandflow.com and Florian at codingandflow.com. This should set the call type to a private meeting. Let's try this again. Open in a new tab, join meeting, and it works. So sometimes you have to refresh the page first. And also when we look into our stream backend here in the Explorer, we should see our new private meeting call with the private meeting prefix. And in here somewhere are also the members of the call. Actually, they are here, members. Okay, it's actually only one member. Why? Because I haven't created this info at Coding and Flow account yet. So only this one user is invited and it automatically filters out the users that don't exist. But this is fine. Now let's try to open this link in an incognito tab where we are not logged in. So here incognito, join meeting, and now as expected we get an error because a normal user is not allowed to join this private meeting. Not allowed to perform join call in private meeting. Exactly what we want. Only users in the participant list, like the user we are logged in here with, are allowed to join this meeting. Isn't this cool? So this works. Now later again we will replace this hard-coded type. At the moment we can't join a normal call because we are only creating these private meetings, but we will fix this later. Just don't get confused about this. If you try to create a default call right now, it won't work. Now I want to finish this front page here. First of all, I want to create a button that actually looks good, and we will use this button in different places. So let's put this into a separate component. So right click on the components folder, and in here we put a button.tsx file. Export default function button with an uppercase B. And for the props, we use this type here, React.button HTML attributes, angle brackets, and in here we set the type to HTML button element. Those are the props of a normal button. This way our custom button can accept the same props as a normal button. And in here we want to destructure the class name and then the remaining props with ..props. Oops, like this. And looks like we can't put a comma here. So from our custom button component we return a lowercase button with a self-closing tag. In here we want to destructure the props, so all the button props that we pass to this button get forwarded to the underlying HTML element. This can be any prop a normal button takes, like this whole list you can see here. The reason I destructure the class name is because I want to handle this separately. I want to give this button some default styling, but I also want to be able to change styling from the outside. For this we want to create a little utility function. So in src, let's right click, create a new file. Then we create a lib folder with lib/, and in here we put a utils.ts. In here I want to export a small function called cn, which is short for class name I guess, to which we pass a var arg with ... inputs of type class value array. And class value is an import from CLSX, make this an array, and CLSX is a package we installed in the beginning. And this ... syntax means we can pass as many of these class values as we want, no matter if 1 or 3 or 5 or whatever. And in here we return DW merge, which is an import from the Tailwind merge package, which we also installed in the beginning. In here we call CLSX as a function and pass the inputs. What does this do? Well, Tailwind merge is a package that makes sure that when we pass a class here from the outside, it will override the class that we already hard-coded in here. So if we pass a background color of blue, but the internal color is red, we want blue to override this red color. But it's not enough to just pass red as the first value and blue as the second value. This does not necessarily mean that blue will override red, because this is not how order in CSS works. And this is the problem Tailwind merge solves. It will make sure that whatever we pass as the second value will override the first value. And CLSX is another package which allows us to pass classes conditionally. And we combine these two into a single function. And this is just a common pattern. I didn't come up with this, I just copied this from the shadcn component library, but this is a very useful function. To recap what this does is, now in here we can call our cn utility function. We can pass a bunch of classes in a string, and then we pass the class name prop as the second argument, and our function will take care that whatever class names we pass here will probably override and replace the classes that we pass first. So this first string is the base styling of this button, and the class name is a way to customize this button from the outside. Okay, for now let's save this, and before we style this button, let's put it here into our layout. Let's search for our create meeting button. And then we change the lowercase button to an uppercase button, which we import from the components folder. It's still unstyled because we haven't added any classes yet, so let's do so now. So just follow along. Flex, item center, justify center to center whatever we put inside this button. A gap of 2 if we put, for example, an icon and a text in there. Rounded full. BG blue 500. So now it already looks like this with these rounded edges. Now I have to make the screen bigger so you can see everything. We have to add a bunch more. PX3 for horizontal padding, PY2 vertical padding, font semi-bold, looks like this. We set the text to white, and then I also want to set a different color when we hover over the button or when the button is disabled, but I also want a little transition animation between these colors. So we add transition colors, which is another Tailwind class, and we are almost done. Then we use the hover modifier. This way we can set the background color to BG blue 600 when we hover over the button. We use the same color when the button is active, which I think means that it has like focus, don't remember right now. And lastly, when the button is disabled, we want to set it to gray 200. Okay. If you can't see all the classes, you can also open the GitHub repository and copy it from there. Now our button has this default styling, which we can still customize from the outside, which we already did with W full to give the full width, but we could also set the background color to red, for example, and it will override the internal class. But of course we don't actually want to do this. Okay, our button here is finished. We can later reuse it in different places. I also want to improve this meeting link here a bit. I want to make this an actual link and also add a button to copy the link and our mail to link, which automatically creates the email. So we already have our meeting link in this separate component nicely organized. Now let's improve this. So we keep this div but remove this meeting link in here. Inside this div I want to put another div. Then we add some more classes to the outer div, flex, flex call, item center and gap 3. And to the inner div we add the classes flex, item center and gap 3. In this inner div we put a span, which will say invitation link colon. Oops. And then to put an empty space in here we add an expression which contains an empty string with a space like this. Otherwise there will be no space between this text and whatever we put next to it, which is a next link. So import link from next/link. This link will point to the meeting link, which we defined up here. And we also want to style this link. You can change the color if you want. I just want to set this to font medium. And the text of the link inside this component is also the meeting link, like this. Now this is an actual link that we can click. Okay, now I lost the state, so I have to create a new meeting to get a new link. There it is. You can also make these links always open in a new tab by adding target _ blank. But I don't want this here. We can still open the link in a new tab simply by using the middle mouse button, for example. Okay, and next to the span, still inside this inner div, I want to have our copy button. We use an _ button this time because I don't want this blue button styling. I just want an unstyled button. We set the title to a copy invitation link. The title will be shown when we hover over this button. It's a default browser feature. This way we don't have to implement our own pop-up functionality. Okay, we close this button and in here we don't put text, we put an icon. The copy icon from Lucid React. There it is. And when we hover over it, we see a copy invitation link. Yeah, and when we click this button, we want to copy the link, right? Which we do in an onClick handler. So to this button, we add the onClick prop, we pass an arrow function. In here we use the navigator, which is a browser feature, .clipboard, .write text. As the name implies, this way we can put something into the clipboard. What do we want to put in here? The meeting link, of course. And then it's good to have some sort of feedback, so the user knows that they actually copied the link. Now in a real app you would use some kind of pop-up, but for simplicity I use an alert here instead, which is a bit disruptive, but for a tutorial it's enough. Copied to clipboard. And now this should already work. When I click this button, we get this alert dialog here, copy to clipboard. And now the URL is in our clipboard, so we can paste it. Now the usability of this is already much higher. Now I also want to create this email link. To create the link, we create yet another function. Again, we could put this into a separate file, but since we only use this function in here, in this one component, I just like to keep it in the same file. Makes it easier to find. Get mail to link, to which we will pass all the data that we need inside the email. The meeting link starts at, which is an optional value, so we add a question mark and this will be of type date. And description, which is also optional, because we don't have to set one. This one is of type string. This is a normal function, not a component, so we don't need props, we can just define the arguments directly. We don't have to wrap them into a props type. If we have a start date, we want to show it in the email, but I want to show it in a human readable form and not as an ugly timestamp. So we create a const start date formatted. Then we check if starts at is defined. So we use the ternary operator question mark. Then we want to return starts at dot to local string, which formats it. And here we have to define the formatting. Let's put this into a separate line. The first argument is the country code of the language we want to format this time with. We use en.us for American formatting. Comma, and then we pass an object as the second argument where we set date style to full. This just decides how this date string looks. You can play around with this. And time style to short. You can try out these different options. Okay, so this is the question mark part of the ternary operator. And then the colon. If starts at is undefined, our start date formatted will also be an undefined string. Then I also want to define the subject line, which we put into another variable. Subject will say join my meeting. If we have a start time, I want to add it to the subject line. Otherwise, it will just say join my meeting. So we add a plus. In parentheses, we check if start date formatted has a value, which is only the case if starts at has a value. Then we want to add a backtick string. In this backtick string, we add a space, and then it will say add, and then the formatted time, right? So variable placeholder, start date formatted. If start date formatted does not have a value, we pass an empty string instead. So it will just say join my meeting. So this is the subject line. And then we create the body text of the email. Const body equals, again we assign this to a backtick string, which will say join my meeting, add, then we add the meeting link. This should be in every email, period. Then we add a plus at the end, and then only if start date formatted is defined, we want to add another line that contains the start date, right? So if start date formatted has a value, we add another backtick string with 2 \n, which creates 2 line breaks. And then without a space, we start writing the meeting starts at space. And then we want to render the start date formatted value. And we are almost done. We put a period at the end of the sentence. Again, if start date formatted is undefined, we don't want to add the string, right? And then we add another plus if we have a description. We want to do the same. So if description is defined, we add another backtick string, \n, description, colon. Then we put the actual description in here. And if description is undefined, we don't want to add this line. Okay. Now we have our subject line and we have our body, which contain the date and the description if they exist, otherwise they omit them. And then we want to return this mail to link. So we return, again, backtick string, mail to colon, which creates a link that is automatically opened in an email service like Gmail or your Windows email provider, whatever you have configured. So mail to colon, and to this link we can add the subject line with question mark subject equals. So in here we put a variable, and since this is a URL, we have to URL encode these values. So in this variable placeholder we call encode URI component, which is a function to which we pass our subject variable. Okay. Then an ampersand sign, body equals, and then we do the same here as well. Encode URI component to which we pass the body. Just one little mistake here, this closing curly brace should be here after the subject variable. And this creates our mail-to string. So again, these mail-to links are just links where we can pass a subject line and a body directly via the URL. We just have to encode them properly. And then all we need to do is simply putting a link tag here in our meeting link component, which opens this mail-to link. I want to put it below this inner div here, between the two div closing tags. So it will be placed below our invitation link here. We use a normal A tag, because this is not an internal link. To the href, we pass an expression where we call our getMail2Link function. And this now expects the meeting link, the starts at time, and the description. And we can get these latter two values from the call object, which we pass to this component. In the call.state, we have the starts at time. Make sure to pick starts at and not started at, and the one without a dollar sign. And the third argument is the description, which we get from call.state.custom. Remember, this is a custom value, .description. And the text of the link will say send email invitation, and that should be it. Okay, let's also style this link with class name text blue 500, and when we hover over this link, I want it to be underlined. And let's also open this link in a new tab with target blank. And there it is. Okay, let's try this out. So this is a meeting without a description and without a start date. So when we click this, it will open it in Gmail, because I have configured these mail-to links to open in Gmail. Yeah, but we still see the date, because every call has a start date. It will just be set to the current time when we create this call. We have the link here, and the email client will automatically turn this into a hyperlink. So in the actual email that the user receives, this will be clickable by default. And here we have the starting time. Let's try creating another one. This is a description, blah, blah, blah. Let's start it in the future. Which date we pick doesn't matter. And private or not doesn't matter for the email link. Let's create a new meeting. And when we open it, we get a new email. This time we have the description in here and the future start date. Isn't this cool? Okay, next I want to improve the meeting page to actually load the correct call type and also show a different message when the call has ended or when it hasn't started yet. Okay, so in our meeting page we have hard-coded the call type, right? Earlier we hard-coded this to default, now we have hard-coded it to private meeting. But we have two different types of meeting depending on what options we select when we create a new meeting. So we need the correct call type here to recreate the call. One option to do this would be to put the call type into our meeting URL as a URL param, but I don't like how this looks and I don't want to expose this information to the outside. I only want to have the meeting ID in the URL and read all the information in our app. So what we can do instead is we can query the call by the ID. This way we don't need the call type to find it. But this is a bit of logic we have to write. We could put this logic directly into this meeting page, but for organization, I want to put it into a custom hook, so a custom function that we can use in this component. And another benefit of this is, of course, if we have a different page later where we want to query a meeting, we can reuse this function in different places. So for this, I want to create a new file in the src folder. First, we create a folder called hooks, so hooks /, and we're gonna call it useLoadCall.ts. Not tsx because it's not a component, it's just a normal TypeScript file. Now, in case you have never created a custom hook before, a custom hook is basically just a normal function, but it has to start with the word use. Why does it have to start with the word use? Because in this custom hook, we want to use stuff like use state and use effect. And whenever you use state or use effect or other hooks inside a function, this function also has to start with the word use. This is a naming convention to make it easier to work with these kind of functions because they have special rules they have to follow. Anyway, from this file we export a default function with the same name, useLoadCall. To useLoadCall we also pass an argument, the ID of the call in form of a string. This is not a component, so we don't need props here. We can just pass this value as a normal argument, normal function argument. So in here we need our video client to query the calls on. Again, we get this by calling useStreamVideoClient, which we have already used a couple times before. Then we create a state for the call that we load. Again, we initialize this with a useState of type call from the video SDK, which we initialize with an undefined value. And when the call is undefined, it could either mean that it's still loading the call or that a call with this ID doesn't actually exist. To distinguish between these two different cases, we set up a separate loading state, call loading and set call loading. And this is a use state that we initialize with true, because when we call this hook, it is set to loading by default. Then we use an effect, use effect, to actually load the call from the idea. Let's not forget to pass the dependency array. And here we put an async function called loadCall. And this async function is just necessary that we can use await in here, because you can't make this function here async. Doesn't work. Instead, you have to create an async function inside this effect. And right below where we declare this async function, we also want to call it loadCall. And in here we can now use await. But first we want to set call loading to true, so that when the ID changes, loading is set back to true. Then the client can be undefined, right? In this case, we don't want to execute this yet. We just want to return. Only after we have our client, we can query our call, which we do the following way. We create a const that read structure. We call await client, which is now defined, dot query calls, parentheses, curly braces. In here, we can set the filter conditions, and we want to filter for this idea. We only want to find this call. And here in this destructure block, we can find the calls in form of an array. This is an array of call objects. But of course, an ID is unique, so we only expect 1 or 0 calls in there. So we check below if calls.length is greater than 0, then we found a call. In this case, we want to get this call out of there. It's at the 0 index, the first element, because there's only 1 in there. Then we also have to call await call.get to load the information of this call. We didn't do this over here because call.join does the same thing basically. But we also want to get the information of this call before we joined it. to get, for example, the start date or the description out of there. This is why we have to call await call.get. Make sure to not forget this await in the front, because only after we retrieve this call data, we want to set our call state to this call. Okay, so below we call this function, which loads this call, and then it sets our state. Here we have to pass two dependencies, client and ID, and outside of the use effect, at the end of our hook, we return the call and call loading values. And this is how this whole hook looks. So this loads the call from the ID and it returns it to the caller of this hook. So let's use it in our meeting page. So here we delete this call state that we already have. Instead, we want to get the call from our custom hook, right? So we destructure a const, call our use load call hook that we just set up, and pass the ID of this call to it. And in here we now find the call and the call loading state. Then we also need the currently logged in user to know if we are allowed to join the call. So we destructure another const where we use the use user hook from Clerk that we already used before. And in here is the user and the is loaded value, which again I want to rename for readability here to user loaded. We don't need the video client anymore because we only need this to query the call. And instead of checking if client is undefined, we want to return a loading spinner if the user hasn't loaded yet, so exclamation mark user loaded, or if call loading is true. Then below, if the call is still undefined, but call loading is false, then we know that this call doesn't actually exist. So here, we simply want to return a paragraph tag which says call not found, and we can style this a little bit with text center and font bold. Let's give this a try. Let's try to open a meeting ID that doesn't exist, meeting 123. Now we actually get stuck at this loading spinner because in our use load call hook, I forgot to reset the loading state. So after we loaded the call, here inside the use effect, we need to call set call loading and set this back to false. Otherwise we will see the spinner indefinitely. Let's refresh the page and call not found. Perfect. And we also want to show a similar error message if we are not allowed to join the call. So let's create a const not allowed to join. And we are not allowed to join if call.type is equal to private meeting, right? Because otherwise it's a public meeting and everyone can join. And if exclamation mark user, so if the user is not logged in, or if the logged in user's ID is not part of the call member IDs. So exclamation mark call.state.members.find. Here we take each member, which I just call short m. This is an arrow function, and we compare m.user.id to the logged in user's ID. So again, if the logged in user is not part of this members array, we are not allowed to join. But this is just the front end logic. Again, it's important to also enforce this on the back end, which we did earlier by setting up the appropriate permissions. So a user that's not invited into a private meeting will not be able to join it. And below, if not allowed to join, of course we could also put this logic directly in here, but then it would be very hard to read. This is why we put it into the separate variable. So if not allowed to join, we also want to return a paragraph that says you are not allowed to view this meeting or join this meeting or whatever. Again, text center and font bold. To try this out, I don't want to create yet another meeting. Instead, I'm going to use a private meeting that we already created. Copy this ID and try to join this meeting, but we want to do this from an incognito tab, right? So let's cut out this URL, put it into an incognito tab. We are not logged in. You are not allowed with a typo to view this meeting. Okay, so this works as well. Let's fix the typo. No, that's not a fix, that's the fix. And then when we get down here, we want to show the actual meeting screen. But the meeting screen should also be a bit more sophisticated. So we remove the speaker layout and call controls and instead put a meeting screen component in here, which we set up below. Again, I put this into the same file for organization. Doesn't need any props, because by wrapping this component into this stream call provider, we can get our call in here and in all child components of the meeting screen. And the Stream SDK also provides a bunch of utility hooks to get the information we care about out of this call. So we have this use call state hooks hook, and in this hook are even more hooks. In here we have use call ended at and use call starts at. Make sure to use starts at and not started at. As their names imply, out of them we can get the call ended at value from the use call ended at hook and the starts at value. Call starts at, use call starts at. So this does pretty much the same as accessing these values via call.state.startsAt like we did earlier. This is just a convenient way to get them out of this context provider. And these hooks are also reactive. So when this state changes, we automatically get the latest update, which you don't have when you access them directly on the call object. So this is an important difference. Okay, now I want to know if this call is in the future, because then I want to show another paragraph tag. So we create a const call is in future, and this will be true if call starts at has a value, because it can be undefined, and if new date, to which we pass call stats at, is greater than the current date, which we get with a new date with an empty constructor. This way we know that the starts at time is later than right now. In this case, we want to show a different screen, different message. Before we do this, we also create a const call has ended, which will be true if call ended at has a value. So we turn this into a boolean because this is a date or undefined. And with 2 exclamation marks in the front, we can turn this into a boolean, true or false. Okay, then if call has ended is true, then we want to return the meeting ended screen, which is a component that we will set up in a moment. A paragraph is actually not enough here because I also want to show the recordings on this screen later, so we put this into a separate component. And similarly, if call is in future, we want to return the upcoming meeting screen, which will show the date and also the description of the meeting. If the meeting is right now, we want to show the actual camera and everything, but we will implement this in a moment. For now, let's just return this div here that says call UI to not make this too overwhelming right now. Let's first take care of these 2 screens. So again, we put these components into the same file, function, upcoming meeting screen. As I said, here I want to show a message that says that a call is in the future, and I also want to show the description of this call if there is one. As I already explained, we wrap all of this into this stream call provider, which means that we can get the call in all these child components of this meeting screen. We create a const call, and then we have this use call hook from the video SDK package, which accesses this call. Now the annoying part of this use call hook is that it can be undefined, because the hook doesn't know if we actually wrap this component into the stream call provider, but we don't want to have to handle this possibly undefined value all the time. Instead, I basically want to throw an error if we didn't wrap this use call hook into the stream call provider, because then we did something wrong in our code and we just want to throw an error. So we can fix this hook by creating our own hook that we wrap around it. So another hook in the hooks folder. Let's call it use stream call. You can also call it use save call or whatever. Again, this is not a TSX file, it's a TS file, but this one will be smaller than our previous hook. Export default function, use stream call. In here we use stream's own use call hook that we used a moment ago. That returns the call that can be undefined. But then if call is actually undefined, we just want to throw an error. Throw new error, which says use stream call must be used within a stream call component with a valid call prop. Like this. Just so that we have a readable error message. And then we want to return this call. So now we can go back to our meeting page, and instead of used call, we use our use stream call hook, which again returns the call from the stream call provider, but this one is guaranteed to be defined, because otherwise we throw an error. Okay, and then we want to return a simple UI. So we return a div. We style this div with flex, flex call, item center and gap 6. In here we put a paragraph tag that says this meeting has not started yet. It will start at. Again, we want to add a space, which we have to do like this, because here we want to put a span, which we want to make bold. So I want to make the start time bold. And in here we render call.state.starts@, again pick the correct one, to a local string to format this. And this automatically adds the save call operator, which is fine. Okay, and if this call has a description, I also want to show it on the screen, which we do in this div, but below the paragraph tag. Here we put another p tag, which will say description, empty space, again a span with font bold, and in here we want to render call.state.custom.description with a lowercase d. Cool. And lastly, I want to have a link that brings us back to the home page. Still inside this div, a next link, which brings us to the home page. It says go home. Maybe let's try opening such a call in the future. Let's see which one here had a starting date in the future. This one, right? Yeah, that's not today. Let's copy this idea, open it in the browser, and this should be in the future. Yeah, we could also send out the text maybe, but I think this is fine. But I also want to style this link like our primary button, the blue one. But I don't want to use a button tag here because this is a link, and for accessibility a link should also use a link tag. But I want to style this like our button here. And the easiest way to do this is to just take all these classes here and put them into a variable that we export. Export const button class name. Here we paste the string. We use the button class name here, where we had the string before. And then since we export this, we can also add the button class names to our link, button class name. And now it looks like our primary button, but it's still a link. Okay, and now let's also set up the meeting ended screen below. Function meeting ended screen, this one will be smaller. We don't need our call in here for now. We wrap it into a div with flex, flex call, item center and gap 6 again. Again a paragraph tag with font bold. This meeting has ended. And again we put a link next to it, which will bring us to the front page. Again we style it with the button class names. And again this will say go home. Later we will also put the call recordings on this page, but not for now. We can't see the meeting ended screen yet because we don't have a button to end a meeting, but you will see that this works later. And next I want to improve the actual call page so that we can toggle between different call layouts, we can end calls and so on. But we have to make a few small corrections. First, let's go to the stream theme. Here I want to remove this class name, we don't need it anymore. Styling is handled by the meeting screen component. Then let's go to the call end at value. This should actually be call ended at, not end at. This is just a detail. And then let's go into our upcoming meeting screen component. Down here I render the description, right? But the description can be undefined. Not every call has a description. So let's wrap this into an expression and only render this if call.state.custom.description is defined. Only then we want to render the description. Otherwise we will have an empty space here. Okay, that should be all. Next, I actually want to create the call setup screen where we see a preview of our camera and we can configure the cam and the mic. Again, I put this into the same meeting page file below our meeting screen component right here. But if you want to put this into a separate file, you can also do so. So first we create a props interface. Let's call it setup UI props. This will take a callback function on setup complete. Then we create this component below, function setup UI, which gets passed the setup UI props, and in here we have our callback. Okay, in here we need access to the call. Again, this is already wrapped into the stream call provider, so we have access to the call via our use stream call hook. And we also need the current state of the mic and the camera, for which again we use this use call state hooks hook. And in here we find use microphone state and use camera state. And those are provided to us by the Stream Video SDK. So from the mic state hook, we can get a mic state and we get the cam state from use camera state, which we call here. Then we can check if exclamation mark mic state dot has browser permission, so if we haven't given the permission yet, or if cam state has browser permission is false. Then we want to show a text that says that we have to give the appropriate permissions. Again, I want to put this into a separate component for organization, but this time I want to put this into a separate file because maybe we also create other pages where we request permissions later. Let's put it into the components folder and I'm going to call it permission prompt.tsx. Export default function permission prompt. And this is just a simple layout. So it's a div that needs some styling, flex call, item center gap 3. In here we put another div that we style with flex, item center and gap 3. And in here I want to put two icons from the Lucid React package. Webcam with a size of 40 and mic with a size of 40. And then some text below, so paragraph tag with text center, which will say please allow access to your microphone and camera to join the call. And we will see how this looks later. Then back in the meeting page, we simply want to render this permission prompt if we don't have all the permissions yet. Okay, and below this if block, we return the actual UI of this setup screen. So another return block. Again, we return a div. Again, we style this flex call item center gap 3. Let's put a headline in here, which will say setup, and we style this with text center, text 2XL, and font bold. For now, let's save this and maybe let's open one of these cards. Maybe this one here. You can also create a new one, of course. Gonna open an existing one. And yeah, of course, we are still rendering our hard-coded text in the meeting screen right here. We need another state that tells us if the setup has finished or not. So here at the top, we create a state called setup complete and setup complete, which we initialize with false. Then in the return block here, we still want to return a div, but with some more content. Let's style it with space y6. Again, if there is a description, I want to render it here. So let's put a description into a separate variable above. Constant description equals cal.state, and we need a cal as well, which of course we get with our hook. I put it at the top of the meeting screen component. Const cal equals use stream cal. Then down here we can access cal.state.custom.description as usual. This way we don't have to repeat it multiple times down here. So if description is defined, we want to render another paragraph with text center that shows this description. Meeting description colon, and again we put it inside a span that we style with font bold, and in here we simply render the description. And there it is. This is my first cal. That's the one we set up in the beginning. And then below the paragraph tag, still inside the div, we want to check if setup complete is true with a ternary operator. In this case, we want to render the cal UI. For now, this will just be the speaker layout that we already used earlier. That's the stream component. Later, we will replace this for our own cal UI. And if setup complete is false, we want to render the setup UI component that we just set up. And remember, we have to pass our callback here. We will forward this into a function called handle setup complete. And we create this function here below our state and above cal is in future. Async function handle setup complete. We will take care of this in a moment. For now, I just want to render our setup UI. And there it is. So there is the setup UI because setup complete is false by default, right? So let's finish setting this up. So we have our H1 here. Then we can use the video preview component from the video SDK to show a camera preview, which just works out of the box, but the wrong camera is selected apparently, but this will work in a moment. Then we put another div below, which again we style with flex h16, item center and gap 3. In here we put the device settings component from the video SDK. And later in here we will also put the volume indicator, but for now we just have this one, and here we can already select the camera. Now it looks like video is disabled by default, but this will be fixed in a moment. Let's also see if we can see the permission screen by resetting the permissions here on the browser. Then we have to refresh the page. Yeah, and then we see the permission request again, but not the permission prompt. Why? Because I forgot the return statement here. We have to return the permission prompt. That's important. So let's try this again. Reset permissions. Yeah, and we get a change immediately. Let's refresh the screen. And as soon as we have both permissions activate it again, this will be replaced for the actual setup UI. Really cool. So this is reactive. We don't have to change the screen. This renders the correct state automatically. Now let's add an option to turn the mic and cam on and off in here. Because in a Carl app you usually want to have an option to join with the camera and mic turned off. For this we create another state. Let's put it here below the cam state. Const, square brackets, let's call it mic cam disabled and set mic cam disabled. And we set them to false by default. Then below we put a use effect. And it's important that this use effect is above this return block here, because you can't call use effects conditionally. So we have to put it here. And this will simply observe the mic cam disabled state. And if it is true, it will turn the camera and mic on and vice versa. And later we will add a checkbox for this. So we check if mic cam disabled, curly braces. Then we call call.camera.disable and call.microphone.disable. And we do the opposite in the else block. Call.camera.enable and call.microphone.enable. And since we use the call object in here, we have to add it as another dependency to the use effect. So I think when we refresh the page, since we initialized the state with false, we should actually see the camera. But it might interfere with OBS again, which is running in the background. So let's ignore this for now and see if this works later. As mentioned, I want to put a checkbox down here where we can enable and disable the camera. So we put it below this div here with the device settings. Again, we wrap this into a label for accessibility, which we style with flex, item center, gap to, font medium. In here we put an input of type checkbox. It will be checked if our mic cam disabled state is true. And when we click this checkbox, we want to toggle this state, which again we do via this E event. Set mic cam disabled to e.target.checked and close this. And then we also added text to this label. Join with mic and camera off. And there it is. Yeah, now it actually works. Now it actually toggles between the state. Nice. Then I also want to have a button below with an uppercase B, because this should be a styled button that says join meeting. And when we click this button, what do? We want to call our callback here on setup complete. This goes up into the meeting screen, which can then set the setup complete state. And when setup complete is true, we don't render the setup UI anymore. We render the speaker layout, the actual call. So back to the onClick handler, on setup complete. There's the button. But our handle setup complete function, let's find it, up here is still empty, right? This is the function we call in our on setup complete callback. What do we want to do in here? Well, we want to join the call so that it actually starts with call.join. And then we simply want to set setup complete to true to render the call layout. And now this should already work. So again, we can change the settings here. We can join the meeting and we get to the speaker layout, which is the actual call. Again, we will make this layout more sophisticated later with controls and different layouts, but this is already it. When we refresh the page, we get back to the setup screen again. But I also want to put this audio volume indicator in here that you saw in the very beginning in the preview. This is actually a component we have to create ourselves, but this is described in the stream documentation in this UI cookbook here, which has recipes for different components. So I basically just want to copy this, but I want to replace these style tags for Tailwind classes. So let's do this. Let's put it into the components folder, because it's a reusable component in my opinion. Let's call it audio volume indicator.tsx. Export default function with the same name. Again, in here we want to call this use call state hooks hook. Use call state hooks to get information about the call that wraps this component. We need the microphone state to get the volume level out of it. Then we call this use microphone state hook here. And here we need two values, is enabled and the media stream. And then for the audio level, and again, I'm basically just copying this from the documentation. I didn't come up with this myself. For the audio level, we create our own state. So audio level and set audio level, which contains a number, and we initialize this with 0. Then right below, we put a use effect, which contains the logic of this component. This use effect will depend on the is enabled value and the media stream. If either of those is false here, so if the microphone is disabled or if the media stream is undefined, I guess, then we don't want to do anything. We just want to return from this hook because we need these values to get the volume level. Then, and again, I'm just copying this from the documentation, we create a const dispose sound detector, okay, for which we call this function create sound detector, which is an import from this SDK, parentheses, to it we pass the media stream as the first argument, and the second argument is a callback function, which looks like this. So right arrow, but in here we destructure this value, and in here is the audio level. And in the docs they rename this to AL, I guess, so that the code is a bit more concise. Set audio level AL, but this renaming is not really important. And then there's a third argument, which is a JavaScript object, where we set detection frequency in MS to 80, whatever this is, and destroy stream on stop to false. And then we also have to clean this up, as I showed you earlier in our client provider already. Again, we do this by returning an error function from use effect, where we can do our cleanup. Here we take the dispose sound detector, and apparently we can call this like a function. And if there's an error, we want to catch it and print it to the console with console.error. So this is the required cleanup. And with this information, we can render the actual volume indicator. But if the microphone is disabled, so if is enabled is false, we don't want to return anything. We return null. So this element will be hidden. But if is enabled is true, we want to return the actual component, which we wrap into a div. We style this div with flex. We set a fixed width of 72. Item center, gap 3, rounded MD. Of course, you can customize this later if you want. BG slate 900, which is not quite black, just looks a bit better than actual black, and it also better fits to this color here, which is also not a complete black. Okay, and a padding of 4 here. In here we put this icon component from the video SDK. And here we can set the icon string to mic. So this SDK brings its own icons. Maybe let's save this for now and let's put it into the UI already. We can search for A-16 because we want to put it here into this div with height 16. above the device settings component, audio volume indicator. We don't need to pass the call as a prop because it's wrapped into our call provider. So all the information we can get directly inside the component via these hooks. And there it is. It doesn't have this progress bar yet, but it disappears when we turn the mic off. So here below the icon, we put another div. Class name age 1.5 flex 1, which takes care that this div doesn't shrink, I think. Rounded MD and background white. So I guess this is the progress bar. In here we put another div. This actually gets a self-closing tag like this with age full, width full, origin left, and BG blue 500. Origin left adds this transform origin class because we want to transform the size of this progress bar depending on the audio level, right? We can't do this directly with Tailwind classes because we can't interpolate them with state values. For this we have to use the style prop, to which we pass a JavaScript object. So 2 pairs of curly braces here. And in here we can set the transform value to a dynamic value with a backtick string. So we want to call scale x in camel case like this, which is a CSS function that can change the horizontal scale of this element, the progress bar in this example. But this should depend on the audio level. And the audio level is handled here via this state, right? So in here, we add a variable with $sign curly braces, audio level divided by 100 to get a percent basically. And there it is, blah, 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 blah. Test, test. As you can see, it works, but we can turn it off. Okay, cool. Of course, you're welcome to customize this. You can change the color and the shape if you want, but I think this looks pretty cool. And next, I want to improve the car layout that we see here. So in our meeting page, where we render the speaker layout at the moment, I want to render a more sophisticated layout, which we will call car UI. Let's put this car UI below the setup UI. We can actually collapse this and put it here. Function car UI. Again, we need some car state in here, which we get from the use car state hooks hook. We need a use car calling state. Pay attention, it's not the use car state, it's the use car calling state. And out of here, we get the calling state. Use car calling state. The calling state tells us if we have joined a call, if we have left a call, and so on. And I want to use this here because when we join a call, there's actually a short moment when we haven't actually joined it yet. And in this moment, the speaker layout is not visible. I want to show a loading indicator instead in case this takes longer than just a few milliseconds, just to be sure. So if calling state is not equal to, then we write uppercase calling state, which contains constants. We have to import this from the video SDK. And in here we have, for example, calling state.joined. If we haven't joined the call yet, then we want to return a loading indicator instead. Class name mxAuto and animate spin as usual. And we should see this loading spinner for a short moment when we join a call. Yeah, we have to refresh the page because we already joined the call. So join meeting, loading spinner, and then it loads the layout. But right now we are not rendering the speaker layout. We want to do this below, but I don't want to render the speaker layout. I want to render our own layout component where we can toggle between different layouts because there's a speaker layout, but there's also a horizontal one, there's a grid and so on. And we want to be able to toggle between them. So for now here we keep this empty and create a new component, which I want to put into the components folder. Let's call it flexible car layout.tsx. This is just a name I came up with. Export default function with the same name. This function doesn't need any props, but I want to create a type for the car layout because we can toggle between different car layouts, and I want to have type safety when we toggle between them. So we create a type with 3 predefined strings. These names are up to us. I'm going to call this speaker vert, so vertical speaker layout. Then a vertical bar to add a second one. Speaker horizontal for horizontal. And the third one is the grid layout. This gives us some autocomplete. And type safety. And we keep the selected layout in the state, layout Z layout, which we initialize with a use state, where we set the type to our new car layout type. And we initialize this with speaker vert. This is the default layout that is selected by default. We also need the call in here because we want to render it, which as usual we get from the use stream call hook. And then below we want to render a div with space y3. And in here I want to put a bunch of different things. I want to put the car layout itself. I want to put buttons where we can toggle between these different layouts. I want to put the car controls and a button to end the call. Let's start with the layout. So we put another component below, which we call car layout viewer. And to this component, we want to pass the currently selected layout. So we create an interface, car layout view props, which gets passed the layout of type car layout. We destructure this value here from the car layout view props. And then we can simply return a different layout depending on which one is selected here. So we check if layout is equal to, and here we get very useful autocompletion, speaker vert. Then we want to return the speaker layout that we already used before. Return. Below, if layout is equal to speaker horizontal, then we also want to return the speaker layout, but we want to set the participant's bar position, this one here, to right, which puts it on the right side. This is described in the stream documentation. And lastly, if layout is equal to a grid, we want to return another component from the video SDK, which is called paginated grid layout. And this will just work because this is all wrapped into the stream call provider and also the stream theme provider. So it will get all the necessary values internally. We don't have to pass anything. And lastly, if none of these match, we return null. We don't return anything, but we should never get to this case because the layout type can only have any of these 3 values. Okay, cool. Let's put the car layout viewer into this div, car layout viewer. We pass the layout state to it. Let's save this for now and put it into our UI. So we return it here from the car UI component. Flexible car layout. And when we now join the meeting, there it is with the default layout, which is the vertical one. I already joined. We have to refresh the screen because we can't join the same call twice. This only happens in development when we make changes and save them. Okay, next I want to add buttons where we can toggle between these different layouts. Again, in the flexible car layout component. Again, we need a new component. Let's put it here between these two. Function car layout buttons. Again, this needs props. Car layout buttons props. Again, we need the currently selected layout of type car layout. and a callback so that we can change the layout. We call this setLayout, and it gets passed the layout of the button that we clicked, and it doesn't return anything. Destructure these here, call layout buttons props, layout and set layout. Yeah, and here I simply want to put 3 buttons next to each other where we can toggle between these different layouts. So we return a div with class name mxAuto, wfit to make it only as wide as the content in this div, and space x6 for some spacing. And in here we put 3 buttons. So the first button gets an on-click handler that calls setLayout, and it sets it to speaker word. And in this button I want to put a Lucid React icon between vertical end, which again is coming from the Lucid package right here. And we can close this, and then let's just duplicate this button 2 times. The second one sets it to horizontal, and the icon we use is between horizontal end, and I think, yeah, we actually get a preview when we hover over it. Those are the icons I picked. You can choose different ones if you think you're better than me. And the last one is the grid, for which we use the layout grid icon, which is this one. I think they are pretty fitting. Then we put these buttons here above the car layout view, car layout buttons. We have to pass the selected layout to it and the Z layout function, which then changes the state. So now we can toggle between these different layouts, but we will only really see the difference if we have at least 2 people in this car. So let's join in a second incognito window. Join here as well. Yeah, and now we can actually see the difference. We can toggle between these different layouts. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to look. Like this, and this is the grid. Yeah. I also want to make the button of the currently selected layout colored differently. So let's go into the car layout buttons component again. We go into our icon here in the first one. We set a class name, and here we simply add a condition. We check if layout is not equal to speaker word. So if it is not selected, then we want to make this text gray 400 to make the color a bit lighter, and otherwise we don't. We don't want to change the color. We do the same for the second one, but this time if it's not horizontal, and here if it's not set to grid, right? So now the color adapts to the selected layout. And this looks a bit weird because there's not enough room. You can make this more responsive if you want, but I'm gonna keep it like this for now. Maybe we have to set a larger min width for this page, which you can do in the root layout. But I don't want to change this right now. You can set a min width here if you want, so it doesn't shrink too much. But I still want to add the cal controls here that we already used earlier. We put it here at the top, below the cal layout view. Cal controls, they work out of the box. There they are. But these cal controls don't have a button to end the cal. We can only leave the cal. But the creator of the cal should also be able to end it for everyone. For this we have to set up our own component, but it's pretty simple. We put a new component into the components folder. Let's call it endCalButton.tsx. Export default function endCalButton. Again, we need access to the cal via use stream cal. And remember, we set the permissions so that only the creator of a call can end it. Other users can't, and this will be enforced in our backend. But this also means we only want to render this button in the first place if this user is also the user that created the call. We can get this information again from the call state hooks. In here we have use local participant, which are basically the user information. And we create a const local participant where we call this hook. And then we create a const called participant is channel owner. And here we check if local participant is defined and if call.state.createdBy has a value. It can be undefined, but it should always have a value. And if the user ID of the local participant is the same as the ID of the user who created the call. So call.state.createdBy.id. Then we know that the logged in user is also the user who created this call. Only then we want to render the end call button in the first place. So below we check if exclamation mark participant is channel owner. So if it's not the channel owner, then we want to return null. We don't want to render this component. Otherwise, we want to return a button with a lowercase b. When we click this button, we call call.endCall. We could also write it like this, arrow function, and call it like this. But since this doesn't take any arguments, we can use this short form syntax here. We want to style this button a bit. It should be centered on the screen. It should be display block, font medium. I want the text to be red 500. And when we hover over it, there should be an underline. And this will say end call for everyone. And this actually ends the call. It doesn't just leave it. Once a call was ended, we can't join it anymore, and we see the call ended screen instead. Okay, then back in our flexible call layout, we want to put this end call button below the call controls. There it is, but this is only rendered for the call owner. So this anonymous user here doesn't have this button. Let's see what happens when we click this button. Yeah, we get to the meeting ended page. Both users get redirected there because this state is reactive, and even if we refresh the page, we can't get into this meeting anymore. It's ended. But we still have to handle the case that we leave a call. Let's try this out. Let's just create a simple meeting, join it, and right now what happens when we leave the call? Yeah, we see a loading spinner, which is cast by this part here. If the call is not joined, we show this loading spinner. The tricky part here is that we can only join a call once, which we do when we click the join button here in handle setup complete. After leaving a call, if we want to rejoin it, we have to reinitialize the call object. So we would have to load a new call, which is a bit tricky to do. An easy workaround for this is to redirect to a different page after we left the call, for example /left. And then if a user wants to rejoin the call, they have a link back to this page, because by leaving this page and then going back to it, we actually reset all the state and we get a brand new call from our use load call hook. This is much easier than trying to handle this just with state. And in our flexible call layout component, here in the call controls, we can actually pass this onLeave prop, where we can do something when we click the leave call button. And what we want to do here is, we want to redirect to this other page, and we can do this with the router, which we get from the use router hook. Here it's very important that you import the /navigation one, because the /router one only works in the pages directory. But we are using the app directory, so we need the /navigation one. We call this hook, and then we pass an arrow function to onLeave, where we call router.push. And here we want to redirect to /meeting/ with the same meeting ID, so carl.id, which is also how we created the meeting link. But then we want to go to /left, which is the meeting left page where we can rejoin the meeting with this idea. So we want to redirect to this URL. And of course, we have to set up this page. So we find this under /meetings/id, so in here. But in here, we want to put a new folder and file. The folder is left / and then another page in here, right? Because this is the URL where we navigate to. This will be a relatively small component. It's just a simple page. Export default function page. Again, the ID is part of the URL and we need this ID so that we can redirect to the call if we want to rejoin it. So page props, as we have done before, params colon, and from here we get the ID. Here we destructure this value out of the page props, params, and from the params we destructure the ID. And we return a div with flex call item center and gap 3. In this div we put a paragraph that we make bold, which will say you left this meeting. And below I want to put a link that brings us back to the meeting if we want to rejoin. So the href is the meeting link, which is /meeting/ and the meeting ID, which we pass to this path. And we want to style this. Again, I want to use our primary button color here, but we use the cn function this time, to which we pass our button class name. And then I want to override some styling in here. I want to set the background color to BG Gray 500. And when we hover over this button, I want to set it to BG Gray 600. And because we use the cn function, as I explained earlier, this will intelligently override the internal button class names, but we keep the padding and the rounded corners and everything. We only change the color. And this link will say rejoin. And now this should work. So we join the meeting. When we leave the meeting, we should get redirected to /left. Let's make this big. So this is the meeting URL. Leave /left. We can rejoin the meeting, which brings us back to the previous URL. And then this all just works again because the state is reset. So this way we don't get any problems here. Perfect. And if you need more low-level customization, you can take a look into the stream docs. They explain all the different stuff you can do. You don't have to use these predefined components here. They are very useful. You can also style them with CSS, but you don't have to use them. You can also create your own components. And next I want to implement this meetings page here, where we can view the meetings that we already created. So let's do that next. So let's create a new page in our app folder. Right click on app. First I want to create a folder called meetings, plural, because this is where I want to put this new page. .tsx file. Again, I want to change the title of the page, so we export a const metadata of type next metadata, and we set the title to my meetings. And then we export a component. Again, we need client component features on this page, so we have to put this into a separate file in the same folder. New file. Let's call it my meetings page.tsx. We make it a client component and we export default function my meetings page. For now, let's just return an empty div, save this so that we can import it over in the page.tsx file. So here we want to render my meetings page. And all the logic happens inside this client component. So when we click here, we should already get to this page, right? There it is, doesn't have any content yet. And on this page, I want to have a list of meetings that either this login user created or that this user is a member of. So private meetings where this user was invited to. So we need the currently logged in user. So const user, which we get from the use user hook from Clerk as usual. We also need the stream client, use stream video client to query the calls. And then we put these calls into a state. Calls and z calls, use state of type call array, because those are multiple calls. And we initialize this to undefined. And we use undefined as the loading state here, so we don't need a separate state. When the call array is undefined, we know that we haven't loaded it yet. And when we have loaded the data and the call array is empty, then we know that we don't have any results. And the logic for this goes into a use effect above the return statement right here. Of course, we could also put this into a custom hook into a separate file as we did before, but this is something I don't really want to reuse on any other pages. I only want to execute this in here. We could still put this into a custom hook, maybe in the same folder, but I think it's not necessary in this case. And the use effect will depend on the client and the user ID. At the top, we check if the client or the user ID haven't loaded yet. And we only get to this page when we are logged in, right? Because we block all pages except for the meeting page with the Clerk login. So only if we are logged in, we should even get to this page and into this use effect, but the user might have not been loaded yet, and this should be 2 vertical bars here. So if any of those 2 is not defined yet, we just want to return and not execute any logic. And then we simply want to query the calls. So we create a const which we destructure. We call await client.query calls, parentheses, curly braces. And in here we find this calls array. We will only show the last couple of calls, I think 25 by default. We will not implement pagination here. If you want to implement pagination, you can look into the documentation, it's described there. For this you have this next and pref value here. But I only want to show the last 25 calls, and as usual we can't call await directly inside a use effect. So we wrap this into an async function, which we call load calls. So let's cut out this part here and put it in here. And then directly below we call load calls. And here on query calls we can now add sorting and filtering. The syntax is very similar to Mongoose if you have worked with this before. We have this sort field to which we pass an array, and in this array we put an object. Here we can define the field by which we want to sort. I want to sort by the starts_at field in descending order. So for the direction we pass -1. So the newest call or the call that's the furthest into the future will be shown at the top with this sorting. Comma, and we also want to add filtering with filter conditions, colon, curly braces. First we add the starts_at field again, colon, curly braces, and then $exists, colon, true, and it looks like we don't get autocompletion here. So make sure to spell this correctly. This will filter out calls that don't have a start date, because in our create meeting page we set a starts_at value for every call that we create. But the first 1 or 2 calls that we created in the beginning didn't have a starts_at time, and I want to filter them out. Because the title of each meeting in our list here will be this starts_at time, and I don't want to show meetings with an empty title. That's why we filter them out, and inside the filter conditions we add a comma and we want to add a second filter. This is an OR filter which we create with $or, colon, and to this we have to pass an array of objects. In here, we put created underscore by underscore user underscore ID. And these different sort and filter options are of course described in the documentation. And here I found this field created by user ID. This is how we have to spell it. So we want to show every call that was created by the logged in user, right? So user.id. And I wrap this into this OR array because we also want to show calls that were not created by this user, but where this user is a member of. So members colon, curly braces, $sign in, then we pass another array to this, to which we pass user.id. Okay, and then after this query calls function here, we need to set our state to the calls we get back. And then we can render this data in our UI. So we go into this div, we add spaceway 3 here. We also add a headline, h1, with text center, text 2XL, and font bold, which will say my meetings. Then, as I mentioned before, when Carl, actually I want this to be called Carl's, not Carl. When Carl's is undefined, we know that we haven't loaded any data yet, because if query Carl's can't find any Carl's for these filters, we will have an empty array in the state, but not undefined anymore. So undefined will be our loading state. So here we check if exclamation mark Carl's, because an empty array is truthy and undefined is falsy. Then we want to show a loader again, right? Loader2 with the usual class names, mxAuto and animateSpin, our loading indicator. Then below another expression, if calls.length is equal to 0, in this case the array is defined but it's empty. Then we know that we didn't find any meetings for our filter. Then we show a paragraph which says no meetings found. And finally below I want to render the calls that we found in the UI. I want to put this into an unordered list, which we style with list inside, list disk, which adds this little dot in front of each list item, and a vertical space between each list item. For organization, I want to put the list item UI into a separate component, which needs props. So we create an interface below. Let's call it meeting item props. It will take a call object as prop, of course from the Stream SDK. And then below we create a component function which takes these meeting item props with the call. When we click the meeting, I want to get to this meeting page. So we create a const meeting link. We create a backtick string. And of course, we find this meeting under /meeting/ and then the call ID. For each item, for each list item, I want to show the date when this meeting starts or has started. And after the date, I also want to show a little indicator if this meeting is in the future or if it has already ended. So we create another const is in future. And we have done this before, right? We find the state in the call object, and then here is this starts at value. Again, it's starts at and not started at. So if there is a starts at value in there, and the starts at value is bigger than the current date, so new date, to which we pass call.state.startsAt, if this date is greater than the current date, which we get with a new date. And const has ended. Again, we have done this before. Return call.state.endedAt into a boolean with this double bang operator. And finally, at the end, we return our list items. In each list item, I want to have a link to the call, and I also want to show the description if there is one. So in here, we put a next link. The href is of course the meeting link that we created above. And I want to style this with hover underline. For the text of this item, I want to show the starts at time, but formatted for humans. So we put an expression here between the link tags. Carl.state.startsAt dot to local string to format this. And we will only show cards that have a starts at time because we filter out the ones that don't here. And then I want to show if the call is in the future or has ended in parentheses after the date. So we put another expression below, is in future, two ampersand signs, in which case we want to show a string that starts with an empty space and then in parentheses upcoming. Pretty simple, right? And the same for has ended. In this case, we want to show with a space in the beginning this text that says ended. Of course, as usual, you can customize this to your preference. And below the link, still inside the list item, I want to put a paragraph with a margin left, so it's indented a bit. And I want to make the text gray 500. And this will contain the description, which we find in carl.state.custom.description as usual. And we close this with a closing curly brace. Okay, cool. Those are the single meeting list items. And now we want to render them in our UL list here. So another expression. Carls.map. We get past each call as usual. And we want to turn it into a meeting item to render this in our UI. When we render a list, we always need a unique key for each element for which we can use the ID of the call, which is unique. And of course it needs the call prop itself, for which we pass the call of this iteration in our map call. This is just basic React stuff. Now we could also wrap each meeting item into the stream call provider, right? And use the context hooks instead of passing the call as a prop like we did in other components. The difference here is that we only pass this call one level, and in this case I think it's more readable and more convenient to just pass it as a prop instead of wrapping this into a context provider and then using the context hooks down here. But if we had nested child components in each meeting item which also needed a stream call, then I would prefer wrapping it into this context provider, because then we don't have to pass down the call through many levels. But here I prefer a prop, and now in our UI we see our meetings. So this is an upcoming one, and I forgot the closing parenthesis here. I'm a bit sloppy, sorry. Here's the description if there is one. And now we can open these existing meetings. Let's try ending an existing meeting. So I join it. I click the end button. The meeting has ended. And when I refresh the page, it should say ended. And now we should not be able to join this meeting anymore. And we aren't. And on this page, I want to show the recordings if there are any. So let's do that next. The settings for the recordings in Stream and who can make them and who can't, this is all configured in the Stream backend, but we have set this up before, right? Here in the private meeting, for example, there are some settings for the recordings. And when you go to roles and permissions, then you can change who can make recordings. At the moment, I think every user of a call is allowed to make recordings, and they will be visible to everyone. But only if they are logged in, because for guest users, we didn't allow showing meetings. We removed this permission earlier. We will try this out later. Again, I want to put these recordings on the call ended screen, but I want to put the logic to load the recordings into a custom hook again, because again, I think this is more likely to be reused. We might want to load and show recordings in different places. But again, this is up to personal preference and the structure of your specific app. I want to put this into the hooks folder. Again, it has to start with the word use. Use load recordings. Let's copy the name and make this a TS file. Export default function use load recordings. And what props do we need? We need the call for which we want to load the recordings for, which again is an import from the Stream Video SDK. Okay. Again, only logged in users are allowed to query recordings. We enforce this with the permissions in our Stream dashboard. So here we also need to check if the user is logged in, because if they aren't, we shouldn't try to load the recordings, because otherwise we get an error from our backend. So as usual, we get the currently logged in user via the hook. Then we need a state for the recordings. So recordings, set recordings. We initialize this with a use state, and the type of this is call recording array. And we initialize this with an empty array this time, not undefined. And we create a separate loading state. Recordings loading and set recordings loading, which is a use state that we initialize with true. Now again, we could use undefined as the loading state like we did in the My Meetings page. The reason why I don't do this time is because we put this into a custom hook, and for the user of this custom hook, it's difficult to remember that undefined means loading. It's a bit of a lazy approach, but I think if it's within the same page, it's okay, because then you can directly see the logic in here, and you can see that undefined is the case before we started loading. But if we put this into a separate component, I think it's better to make it more explicit, to add an explicit loading state. Then in here we put a use effect that executes the loading logic, which will depend on the call, and the user ID again. Again, I make this dependency explicit on the ID and not on the user, because I don't want to re-execute this use effect every time we change some field in the user, like the avatar or whatever. Only if the user ID changes, which means that we actually logged out and back into another account, I want to rerun this use effect and reload the recordings. At the top of this use effect, we set records loading to true. If the user is undefined, we want to return from this hook. Again, we will only see this list in the first place if we are logged in. Otherwise, we get redirected to the login screen. So as long as the user hasn't loaded yet, we can just return from this hook. We don't need to listen for the user loading state specifically. This is enough. And finally, we load the recordings, which we destructure again. And again, we have to wrap this into a separate function, so that we can call await in here. So at the top of the use effect, let's put an async function called load recordings. Let's move this stuff in here. And we can get the recordings from the call object, call.query recordings. We don't have to pass anything to it. And in here, we find the recordings that we destructure. We set our recording state to these recordings. And finally, we set records loading to false to hide the loading indicator. And this should be a if user.id. Below this load recordings function, we immediately call it in the use effect. And then below the use effect, we want to return the recordings and the recordings loaded state. And that's our use load recordings hook. I want to render the recordings list here on the meeting screen, but I want to put this into a separate component, again for reusability. In the components folder, I'm going to call it recordingslist.tsx. Export default a function recordings list. Doesn't take any props. And here we want to use our brand new hook. Remember, to this hook we have to pass the call for which we want to load the recordings. And we get the call not via a prop, we get it via the context. Because remember, the meetings page is wrapped into the call context provider, which gives us access to the call everywhere. We use our save use stream call hook. And then we want to query the recordings via our use load recordings hook, to which we pass the call. And in here we find recordings and recordings loading. Beautiful. We are only allowed to load recordings if we are logged in, right? We enforce this in our backend and here in our hook. So as long as we are not logged in, we want to show a text. So first we need to know if we are logged in, which as usual we get from useUser. We need the user and we also need the isLoaded state to distinguish between the case when we are not logged in and when the user is still loading. So below we check if the user has loaded. Let's actually rename this with a colon to user loaded to make this more readable, more explicit. If the user was loaded, but the user is undefined, which means that we are not logged in. We want to return another paragraph with a centered text that says, you must be logged in to view recordings. And below, if the recordings are still loading, we want to show a loading indicator instead. When we get here, it means we are logged in. So if recordings loading, again an early return where we just show our usual loader tool with MX auto and animate spin. And finally below, if we are logged in and if we have loaded our recordings, we want to return the list of recordings in a div, which we style with space y3 and text center. Again, we take care of the empty text. If recordings.length is equal to 0, then we show another paragraph tag which says no recordings for this meeting. And if there are recordings, we want to render them in another unordered list with list inside and list disk. And here we want to render the recordings in an expression. So recordings dot, first I want to sort this array, because when we query recordings, there's actually no way to sort or filter these recordings here. So we have to do this client side with the JavaScript sort function. I want to sort by the time of this recording. So to the sort function, we add parentheses. Here we get passed A and B, which are two objects in the array that we compare. We want to return true if b.endTime.localCompare, which is a function to which we pass a.endTime. So we compare these elements in the array. And A and B here are these recording objects. So here we can also see what fields we have in there. It's not much. It's a file name, start and end time, and a URL. So there's not much to show or sort with. That's why I sort by the time. So we sort them client side. And then I also want to map them to a list items. So as usual, we get past each recording, parentheses, and we want to turn this into a list item. As the key, we have to use something unique as usual. And the only really unique value in the recording, this should be singular, is the file name, I think. Or the URL actually. The URL should be unique because it's a URL to a video file. Let's use the URL here. I think the file name and the URL are both unique, so you can choose either of them. And in each list item, I want to render a next link that points to a recording.url. So we can open this video file. I also want to open this in a new tab by default with target blank. And I want to style this with hover underline. And as the text for this list item, we want to render the date. So we put an expression in here, create a new date to which we pass recording.endTime. And on this we call to a local string. Okay, almost done. I also want to go below this unordered list and put a paragraph text here with the class names text sm. I want to make this smaller and gray 500. When we make a new recording in the call, it can take up to 1 minute before this recording is actually available. And I want to put a little warning text about this below. This will say, note, it can take up to 1 minute before new recordings show up. Then I want to put a line break in here with BR, with a self-closing tag. You can refresh the page to see if new recordings are available. Okay, and now we have a nice reusable recordings list component which we can put wherever we want. I want to put it onto this page here, which is our meeting page. And somewhere in here is the text that says Carl has ended, here on the meeting ended screen. Inside this div below the link, we put another div with space y3. In here I want to put an h2 headline with text center, text XL and font bold, which will say recordings. And below this h2 we simply render the recordings list, and all the loading logic is handled internally. And there it is. Let's create a recording for a meeting that hasn't ended yet. So this one, for example, we should still be able to join it with this camera, say hello to my wall, join meeting. We can start a recording. This takes a moment before it starts. Okay, the recording is running. Blah, 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 1, 2, 3, subscribe to Coding and Flow. We stop the recording. Again, this takes a short moment. And again, it can take up to 1 minute until these recordings show up. So let's end the call. And the recording is actually already there. So this was very fast. Let's open it. It opens in a new tab by default. And there's the recording. Yeah, it's the recording of my wall. If there are multiple users in the recording, it will show their screen or their camera as well. Nice, so this works. And you can also find the recordings in the stream dashboard. Here in the Explorer, I don't know which color it was, but here's this recordings item. And in here we can find the recording with all its information. And this is saved on Stream's server. And this just works out of the box, pretty cool. And when we log out of our account, we will also not see the recordings anymore. Instead, we see this text, you must be logged in to view recordings. Let's log in again. Florian at Coding and Flow. And now we see the recordings again. There's one more feature I want to add. If we open a running meeting without being logged in, I want to add this intermediate screen where we can decide if we want to log in or continue as a guest. So let's do that next, and then we will also deploy this project to Vercel, so make sure to watch this video all the way to the end. Okay, let's go to src app meeting ID, and I want to open this page.tsx file here, where at the moment we just render the meeting page. The way our login page will work is that we fetch the user here server side, and then depending if the user is logged in or not, we either show the meeting page directly or a separate meeting login page. So in the past we always used the useUser hook, which gives us the user in client components. But we can also fetch the user server side with const user equals await current user, which again we import from the Clerk Next.js server package. And to allow await in here, we have to make this an async function, which is possible in server components. The benefit of loading the user server side is that we don't have to show a loading indicator, because this will load before we even render this page. Whereas the useUser hook has a loading delay when the user is loaded after the page has already rendered. This way we get the user synchronously, basically. So as soon as we see the meeting page, we know if the user is logged in or not. And it's also nice for organization. So if the user is not logged in, we can just return a different component. So if !user, then we want to return our login page, which we haven't created yet. Let's put it into the same file as the meeting page. So in the ID folder here, meeting login page client.tsx. We don't need use client here because this is still a server component. Export default function, meeting login page. We return a div, which we style with mxauto wfit and space y3. In here I want to put an h1 with text center, 2xl and font bold, which will say join meeting. And remember, this page is only shown if we are not logged in. So here I want to show a login button or a continue as guest button. For this, Clerk has predefined components. There is a sign in button component from the Clerk Next.js package, but this is unstyled by default. So in here we can put our own uppercase button, which is the styled one, but I want to give it a fixed width so it looks better. And this will say sign in. Maybe let's save it for now and let's put it here. So if exclamation mark user, we want to return the meeting login page. Let's log out of our account and go back to the meeting. Okay, there's our sign in button. The question is, how do we handle guest login? Because we don't have state in here, I basically just want to continue to the meeting page, but without logging in. And a nice way to handle this is to add a search param to the URL that will tell us that we are in guest mode, so that we want to continue to the meeting page right away. So a URL param looks like this. At the end of the URL there's a question mark, and for example this can say guest equals true or guest mode or whatever. And we can add these URL params to our Next.js page. Just like the normal params, which are part of the URL path, we can also find the search params in here. This is how they are called. And make sure to spell this correctly. Otherwise, Next.js will not recognize this. And in here, let's say we expect this guest value. And our search params are strings. Then we destructure these search params here in our page. And from here, we want to get the guest value. And then we can say const guest mode is true if guest, the search param, which is a string, is equal to the string true. So the URL will look like this, yeah, like I explained before. Question mark guest equals true. Then we know that we want to continue as a guest. And then below we can simply say if the user is logged out and guest mode is false. Only then we want to show the login page. If guest mode is true, we want to continue to the meeting page even if we are not logged in. And after we save this, we immediately continue to the meeting page because we have this URL param in here. If we remove this, go to this URL again, we get to our login page, but there's a mistake here. This should have 3 equal signs, right? Then we get an actual boolean. So now we are on the login page again. Let's try this again. I can refresh the page. We still get to the login page. Or I can add this guest equals true URL param, which brings us directly to the car. And now I want to put another button below that allows us to continue as a guest by forwarding us to this guest URL. So this is not a button, this is a link. As the href, we simply add the search param, which will be added to the URL. So question mark guest equals true. And we want to style this link like a button as we have done before with the cn function, to which we pass button class name. But I also want to give it the same fixed width. And I want to change the background color to gray 400 to make it a secondary button that's not as prominent. And when we hover over the button, I want to set the background color to a gray 500. And this link will say continue as guest. And there it is. When we click this button, we get to the meeting in guest mode. When we click this button, we get to the login page. Cool. Just one thing that bothers me, it takes a while until the sign in button actually shows up. When we refresh the page, we can see that it's not there first and then it pops up. because Clerk has to initialize first. And I want to show a loading spinner instead to not have this weird glitchy UI. For this, Clerk provides another wrapper. I want to wrap the sign in button and our guest link into this wrapper, which is called Clerk loaded. So whatever we put inside here will only be shown after Clerk was initialized. So now both buttons should pop up at the same time, which looks a bit better. But with a slow internet connection, this might take a little longer. So I also want to show a loading indicator instead. The opposite of Clerk loaded is Clerk loading. So when Clerk is loading, we want to show our loading spinner again. MX auto and animate spin as usual. And now we have a loading indicator here until these buttons pop up. Okay, so let's try this out again. Let's try signing in, which should bring us to the call. Florian coding and flow. I love my mama 123. And we get to the meeting page. We can see the recordings. When we sign out and continue as a guest, then we also get to the meetings ended page, because again, now this guest equals true flag is in the URL, but we can't see the recordings until we log in. I think this is a pretty cool design, but only the meeting page is available for guest users in the first place. If we try to go anywhere else, like the front page, we have to log in. Yeah, and just like that, we have built a fully fledged Zoom clone. Super cool. But there's one more step. We also want to deploy this project. There are a few steps we have to take, so make sure to not miss this last part. Yeah, the easiest way to deploy a Next.js project is of course Vercel. So go to vercel.com and create an account if you haven't yet. They have a free tier, so you don't have to pay anything. And to add a new project here, you have to push your project to GitHub. You can do this directly via VS Code over this button here, source control. Here you can initialize a new GitHub repository. Just push all your code there, and then here in our Vercel backend, we can add a new project. You want to connect this Vercel account to your GitHub account, which you can either do when you create the account, or you can also do it in your settings. You need access to your GitHub account. In my case, that's coding and flow. And here is the Next.js Zoom clone, which I now can import. It automatically recognizes that this is a Next.js project. And we have to add our environment variables from the env file. We can actually copy them all at once, but without the comments here. So let's remove the comments and the empty lines. Then we can copy this whole thing and just paste it in the first field. And it adds all of them. Okay, the base URL still points to localhost. We will get a URL by Vercel when we deploy this project for free, but we don't know it in advance. So later we have to go back here and change the base URL. But for now we just deploy this. And then it takes like 1 minute to compile and deploy this whole project. The cool thing about Vercel is when you later push changes to the main branch of this repository, it will automatically create a new deployment with this latest version. And it's finished. We should get some confetti. Yeah, there it is. And here in a moment there should be a preview on our page, but we can also just click it and open it in a new tab. We get immediately redirected to the login screen, which is expected because we protect our app. I love my daddy 123. This is the URL that we get for free. Let's also make this the base URL so that when we create a new meeting, we get the correct link with the correct URL. So we copy the URL we have here, go into this project once again, here into the settings. Here we find the environment variables, and here we can change the base URL from localhost to the actual URL. We save this, and I think then we have to redeploy the project. So we go to general again. No, actually we go up here to deployments. Here's our first deployment, and we can just redeploy this, which applies this new environment variable. Again, this will take a minute or so, and after this is done, we can just refresh the page and the changes should be applied. And now everything should work. We can still go to our meetings, Let's create a new meeting. This is my first meeting from production. Let's not change the rest. Create meeting. We get our link. Let's see if email invitations work. Yeah, it opens in Gmail with all the text inside it and the correct URL. And this extra slash is unnecessary. We can remove this from the environment variable, but it also shouldn't hurt. Open this link. We need permissions. And this time it doesn't refresh the page automatically, but this is a problem with Chrome sometimes. In the beginning we didn't have this, but now we have it. I didn't have this problem in Firefox, and I'm talking about this problem with the Stream team, so they are on it. We don't really know why it happens at the moment, but you might have to refresh the page. This should be fixed in the future, but this only happens sometimes. Anyway, here we still see our microphone volume. We can change the camera. Hello, there I am. We can join the meeting. We see the description. We can toggle. Let's open the meeting in another tab, incognito. We can decide if we want to log in as a guest or as a user. Again, we have to give the permissions. And we want to join as a second user. And yeah, this is how it looks. Now I can talk to myself. I can screen share, change the camera, change the layout. We can leave the call. We can rejoin it. Again, we can decide if we want to log in or not. Join the meeting. And we can also end it for everyone, which brings both users to the ended screen. So everything works. We have our meetings list. We can log in and out. Now, if you want to deploy this to production, you should also change the mode of your Stream app and your Clerk ad to a production. At the moment, they are both development apps. In Stream, I think you actually have to create a new application, create app, and here you have to pick production, which has different settings. And in the Clerk dashboard, you can also change your app from development to production. This requires some additional steps. For this, you have to read the documentation of both Stream and Clerk, but this is only necessary if you actually want to put this into production with real users. If this is just for your own portfolio or to play around, it also works in development mode. Again, I also encourage you to check out the documentation of the Stream Video SDK, because there's a lot more you can do with this SDK. You can also create live streams, audio calls. You can customize your components on a more low level. And again, on my YouTube channel, I also have this Stream Chat tutorial where we not use the video SDK, but the chat SDK to create a WhatsApp clone. It's also super cool, so I encourage you to check it out. I really hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you did, please leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet for more projects like this in the future. And then I wish you a nice rest of the day. Happy coding. Take care.